아, 아. Come on, getting water. Good morning. 뜨거. Hi guys, I'm sick. 뜨거. Why am I always sick? 진짜. Little bear, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Oh my god, thank you so much.
Feel better soon.
Okay, I'll feel better. Thank you, 감사합니다. Hey guys. Today, we're gonna study something crazy. Are you guys ready for it? We're gonna study something that's very local. And when I mean local, I mean it. There is a purpose. There is a reason why. I'm gonna study. I actually canceled my date with my aunt today that I was supposed to meet her around 5. I was like, oh, I'm feeling so sick. So, because I don't know if you guys noticed, my voice isn't good. Yeah, my throat hurts. That's why instead of getting cold Americano, I got hot or latte. And I'm gonna slowly be updating. So this weekend, for everyone's update. 와, 미쳤는데? 되게 아픈데? 왜 이러지? So Friday I streamed where my bottom of my foot was in pain. It's still in pain. Can you believe it? Even Groot doesn't he look like he's puking? I was gonna move him, but I was like, this is too funny, so I left him there. So Friday, I stayed home, cooked. And then Saturday, I woke up. I played some Lost Ark with Mia, and did I edit something on Saturday? Did I not upload anything on Saturday? I thought I uploaded something on Saturday. If not, I didn't. But I did that. Oh. Oh my god. I feel bad, like I haven't uploaded things on my January full one, so I'm gonna do that while talking. Yeah, Saturday we kinda cleaned the house. I did upload something, right? Yeah, Santoshi, I'm not feeling good. My throat hurts. I'm trying to be kind of chill about it. Okay, so I did upload something, which is good. Actually, I didn't upload something on Saturday. It must have been Instagram. But you know, I'm like working, right? Just took the weekend off. Just so sick of uploading. Hi Buzz, how are you? So that's what I did. Hi Frankie. Hello guys. Hello. So that's what I did on Saturday. And then yeah, I'm just kind of Saturday. Yeah, I'm going through my weekends on what I did so that I can remember. And then sorry, my brain just died. Saturday night was kind of funny because Mia was gonna hang out with his friends, and so I was like, you know, honestly, I was gonna pull an all-nighter stream because I knew Mia was gonna like drink for a long time with his friends. So I was like, I'm gonna stream, but then Mia's like friend's wife was in her house, like kind of bored. She DM'd me. She's like, oh, like, are you doing anything tonight? Like, do you want to hang out? And like knowing her and how much like effort she puts in to baby stuff, I was like, no, I don't have anything. So I ended up just kind of like going over to her house and chilling. And I went there at like, I left my house at 5, so that's why I couldn't stream. Sorry, I forgot to like let you guys know about it. So I went out at 5. Her house is like an hour 30-40 minutes away from me, so I had a 2-hour like train ride, which was kind of disgusting, but oh well. Like and I visited her house and we were just talking about like stuff. So if I meet up with my like Mia's friend's wife, we end up kind of talking about mother-in-laws. It was pretty funny. It ends up being like, oh my god, your mother-in-law does that? Mine too. Like, oh my god, that's so crazy. Blah blah blah. So you know, I told about like how my mother-in-law treated me and like stuff, and she's like, you know, if they just shut their mouth, they'll be like somewhat getting closer to us, right? Because I told you guys about the peach incident, didn't I? Oh, where's Chad? Oh, sorry guys. Here we go. So like I told her about that too, and I was like, I don't know if it's just, yeah, so I'm not like allergic to peach, but like since my mom's super allergic, if I see peaches, I kind of get a like fatal like allergy reaction where I start getting my tongue being itchy, and sometimes my body feels itchy about it. If it's like cooked, it's okay, but like the raw peaches, like just kind of doesn't give me a good taste. So one day she bought me peaches, right? She brought peaches over, and like Mia was cutting it up, and I was like, yeah, like I wasn't eating it. She's like, oh, like why don't you eat peaches? Which is kind of ironic because I've been like, oh really? Oh shoot, I don't know. I don't know what lady, but okay, I am some type of lady, guys, right? But like, she was like, why aren't you eating? Which is kind of funny because like it's been 5 years since I've known him, and like I've dated Mia, and like I've known Mia's parents because I met her really early in our relationship, and like even Mia's sister-in-law knows about peaches, but she like keeps forgetting. But like I told her, it's okay, it's not something a big deal, right? So I was like, like I'm allergic to peaches, so I don't want to eat peaches. Like I told her that, right? Like normal reaction is, oh, I didn't know, like sorry, it sucks that you can't eat it, would be like your normal reaction. She goes, oh, why don't you still eat some? I'm like, excuse me? That was literally what I said. I was like pissed off. And like I don't know if Koreans just treat allergies as something that's not important, but like in US we've seen so many people with super bad allergy reactions. If someone's allergic, you don't recommend what they're allergic to. So that like her reaction was just so shocking, still to this day. And I was like, does she want me? Like, of course I don't have that bad allergy reaction, so of course like I could have had some and like started scratching my tongue. But like if worst comes to worst, I could have died from just eating peaches, and she still doesn't acknowledge that. So I don't know if she's trying to like win over you know how they have some like 기싸움? Some type of like oh, in English they call it a staring contest. Like it seems like she wants to win over me and like win over the what was it? Like trying to look for the right English. Oh look, some shorts has it. Let's see what they say. Oh, what? They don't talk about it. They just translated something. Standoff wants to one-up me? What's one-off me? Hi Mello, how are you? I'm trying to figure out. I don't think it's one-off. Standoff. Asserting dominance? Yeah, but I didn't want to put it into like that. Like, severe phrase. But it's kind of like that. Like, when I was looking up Kisam, it was like staring contest. I'm like, I'm having like a staring contest. But yeah, it's basically saying, hey, since you are the daughter-in-law of our family, you should be... Is the music? Oh. Be chill about it. It's just music, guys. From a music major. But like, it's kind of like you're the daughter-in-law of our family, and you should kind of like obey me, type of deal. So maybe that was one of the common reaction I thought of when she said, "Why don't you still eat the peaches?" But to this day, I still don't understand. So, she and I has not been getting along lately, which is fine. I kind of gave up on it. Especially ever since she said I was fat. I was getting fat. I was like, yeah, okay, no. That's funny. So we also talked about how like I feel like at least since I lived in the countryside in US, I've never like when Koreans think about US, they always think that you get like stereotyped. Everywhere you go, you have all these major Asian stereotypes. No, not stereotype. Racism going on, and like it's really hard for Asians to live in US. They have this kind of mindset. I don't know where it came from, but they do, which just makes sense. Which makes sense, guys, right? That's okay. But like honestly, for me, I've had like the best experience living in the US. Because everyone around me was super nice. So. Asians are running the US now? I'll go to the anaphylactic shock. Oh, is that what it's called? Yeah, let me just copy and paste that and and you'll have to take me to the hospital where I'll tell them the whole story on how you attempted to murder me. Okay, let me just kind of say that. What is anaphylactic shock in Korean? Is that, am I pronouncing this right? Is that the classic American stereotype? People outside think we're all racist and shooting each other? Yeah, that's what they think. It's kind of hilarious. By the way, I want to show you guys something funny. I just opened Naver's dictionary and this is what it showed. This is hilarious. It's today's like sentence and it's, what does your mom do? Why does it have to write mom? I've never read mom before. Sorry, I just wanted to share you guys that. It's kind of hilarious. What does your mom do? My mom does drama watching. Yeah, I mean like a lot of places are... Oh, wait, shoot. I'm getting suspenders, guys. My suspender fee got filled locally to Bear. Thank you, Bear, by the way. Let me just reset that. Let me just take that off. I don't have anything for now. A lot of places, yeah, I honestly want to say like 80%, 90% are Asian friendly, but I think the biggest reason why that happens is wait, let me just figure out what okay, there you go. Ta-da! Wait, oh, I was gonna look up this word. Ba. Boss is very slow today. And yeah. It's anaphylactic shock, but in Korean it is 초과민 반응 쇼크래. It's 초과민 반응 쇼크. You know, if it was America, I would have said that. No. But I told her how, like, honestly, I feel like Koreans are very aggressive when they're trying to talk to other people. Like, luckily, a lot of friends around me mostly are nice, but ever since I've lived in Korea, I've heard the meanest things, like, verbally. And they were from friends and families. So I don't know if I should consider them friends or stuff, or it's just the way they phrase a lot of stuff, but it's very hurtful. Kind of unfortunate, guys. Would you say you're more Korean than American? Because I think that's hard. I think I'm really, really half and half. There are certain points where I'm very Korean. Or okay, so let me be really honest with you. I think I'm very much American, but I'm super, super conservative because I have a Korean brain. So I'm not a good person to meet up with. I'm not a good person. Like, yeah. I think that's how I would describe myself, because I realize a lot of Americans can be super conservative as much as Asians are. So I think that's me, because I understand most of the situations. Like I heard like one of Mia's family member ended up kind of being lesbian, and like I think a lot of people kind of have a hard time understanding. So and then I'm just kind of like, I mean, like my friend, like my best friend kind of ended up dating girls. So like to me it could be shocking. Like honestly, I wouldn't say I'm not shocked about it, because like I just remember her in high school life where she was like, I like guys. She especially liked Korean guys, which was kind of hilarious because her first two boyfriends were Korean, and I was like, you must have a Korean boo. She was a white girl, by the way. So I kind of made fun of her for that. But she ended up dating a white guy, and then she moved and she dated a girl, but that girl was polyamorous. I can't believe that word is kind of interesting, so it stood out. So then she had this kind of mental issue, and I think she's kind of going through depression right now. Long story short about my friend. So yeah, I was telling Mia's wife, but it makes sense because a lot of Koreans who've never lived in the US, they get their experience through news and vlogs and YouTube, right? And you know what gets most views in Mia's friend's wife, sorry. Thank you. Mia's wife. Mia has a couple wives. He's also poly. But you know what gets views in YouTube, right? One day I was walking and I got this Asian stereotype happening. No one watches, oh my god, this lady helped me out who was white. No one else watches that, right? So they want to see, oh my god, I got kicked out of a restaurant in Germany because I was Asian, or I got placed in the corner because I was Asian. Well, it could happen. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen, but like I feel like the odds are really low, and the places that you go to, there must have been a I'm not even gonna talk over that. But the only Asian stereotype that happened to me when I was traveling in Europe was they were just filming me, but I don't think that was because I was Asian. It was because like I was streaming, right? And I feel like a lot of Europeans find that interesting that I'm streaming. So they took pictures of me. So I was like, F you, I'm gonna have my pictures towards you. We had this whole fun conversation happening. And it was also because I was drunk, it wouldn't have helped me out. So anyways, I'm like really far behind, so I'm just gonna reach. There's a lot of places though in US because that are Asian friendly, so I just hated the fact that a lot of people assumed it. But like I said, I shouldn't hate on them because they're just not educated. They don't know that much. You basically stop breathing. Yeah, I heard for allergies, I heard your airway becomes very bloated, and so it stops the thingy, so you have to get the injection. That's why you go to the ER if you get allergies, if it's very severe. So hi mommy. Dude, I wish they would stop this announcement. Hi Hans. A lot of places are Asian friendly. They're probably not friends. Hurtful is hurtful. Yeah. How long did I live in US for? I lived when I was in first grade, so that was 2000. So I've lived there for 21 years. And then I lived in Korea for like 2 years. And it has views of China, Mid-East. Yeah. It's like when Americans think that if you go to Korea, everyone's gonna be looking like BTS. It's pretty funny. But it's vice versa too, right? A lot of Koreans also think that a lot of the Americans look like Brad Pitt. Koreans like Brad Pitt, by the way. Everyone likes Brad Pitt? That's true. There has been reports of violent attacks on Asians in the news. That's true, that's true. But I feel like what I wanted to point out is that there is that one, maybe a couple of districts that are very Asian hatred. But at least where I lived, it was pretty Asian friendly. So I just wanted to say that there are nice places, because I didn't want to get a lot of the foreigners stereotype going on that every American living in the US hates Asian. So yeah, don't hate on Asians, guys. We're nice. We're just kind of nerdy. we're just kind of a nerdy group of people, but we don't bite, right? Yeah, we just like 1+1 and glasses. Asian hatred is such a harsh word, I think. I think there isn't such a thing. It's only a few people. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, that kind of relates to today's topic that I really, really want to talk about, and it might make you guys kind of feel uncomfortable, but I thought it's a good time to spend a little. It's a good effort to spend a little time on it. But we'll talk about that in like a couple of minutes. What was I gonna talk about? I had something that I wanted to say, but I kind of forgot. 뭐지? 뭐더라? That's bugging me. I want this in. Oh, by the way, I have to reply to Rococo. She's in town. Oh, but yeah, Mia's wife. That's where we were. You know how cool my mom is? My mom follows all my Instagrams and my social medias. She also, I don't even tell her about it, and she finds out somehow. It's crazy. But I was telling her about that, and then, oh, you hate me? Oh, no. I mean, like, I think it's because she doesn't know about it, and I don't blame those people, right? I don't blame people who just don't know about foreign countries. So I just educated her, being like, you know what? I've actually never got that much racism or gender hatred in US. Everyone I met was nice. All of my friends were nice. I've never had an individual human being who was like, oh my god, that outfit makes you look fat. No one in my whole life in living in US ever told me that, right? And I feel like that goes with a lot of you guys. Well, you guys are guys, right? You guys don't really care about looks, maybe. I have some. I travel. 잠깐만. Sorry, I like trying to do like 5 things at once, which I shouldn't be. I should be focused to you guys. But I didn't do any work at all this weekend, so I am kind of cheating. I thought I had a photo shoot. I think you're dissing us, but I'm too dumb to respond. I'm saying you guys are skinny, right? If I said no one ever looked like you guys were fat, right? Wait, I didn't see it that way, but that totally is also true. I was totally dissing you guys. But yeah, no one, at least in US, ever told me I was fat, or no one ever told me that I don't look good in this. No one ever judges me on anything. There's no judgment though. I feel like there is worry, but no one really judges, and it might be an expression difference, but like I felt like a lot of people. So one thing that I noticed a lot of my friends, because like a lot of my friends are streamers too. A couple of them actually say, you know, I saw a friend who was doing this what's it? Game sponsor, and I was like, you know, that's really cool. It'd be nice if I could. It's great that you get these opportunities, and I try to say it in a nice way, and I'm like, you know, and then oh my god, I wish I could do some of those too. Maybe I was just kind of doing lip service, but I just wanted to be nice, right? Because they're putting in a lot of work to do this. So I told her that, and she goes, "Oh, like, do you want me to look it up for you? But I feel like your viewers won't like it." I'm like, why? Why do you judge my viewers, right? Like, my viewers kind of do whatever I want, and they're okay with it. But I try to look at it a positive way. I still haven't looked at it in a positive way, but I just felt like, oh, that maybe that's that type of person's attitude. But it kind of gets, I think, to a point where in Korea, people are used to judging other people, so they see it that it's okay for people to talk about looks or make an assumption. And I don't like that. I don't like, it's like me saying, you know, you should do this because of this and this. It's like, why are you making assumptions? Right? So maybe I've just been with people that are really nice to me, and like I just kind of like made people who are mean to me out of my life. But yeah, or the incident with like so many people saying I look chubby. It's kind of crazy. World is kind of crazy. So that's what I told her. I was like, you know what? Actually, everyone in Korea was saying hurtful things. But that's not all Koreans. No, I'm not saying all Koreans are like that, but it happened a lot to me in Korea. Maybe I just have a lot of judgmental friends. But I like the, even if it's fake positive energy, I like the positive energy that a lot of people give. But then at the same time, even if it's positive, I hate it when it's like super fake. Where I had a friend who was like, oh my god, like, there was a lot of people who also talked behind other people's back, and I was kind of sick of that too. I was like, you know, I'm too old to be in these type of dramas where it's like, this person hates this other person because of this, and this, and I'm like, okay, we're done with this. So I just kind of hands up. That's why I don't do that much collabs anymore. Guys, yeah, actually, that's why I like the Korean guys, because they're super chill. Maybe that's why I dated a Korean guy, but a lot of Koreans are, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know where it became, but I just realized that that's an issue, so yeah. So don't call me fat, guys. But if I say this, you guys are gonna hate me. Yeah, that's a typical thing. And actually, you know, I used to be like that too about other people, but I stopped doing that. Because Mia also hated that. He was like, why are you being judgmental? And then I was like, that like hit my face, like hit my head. In my face. Being like, yeah, wow, what makes me be a judge to these people, right? Like, I have no rights, and they're probably living their life well. So I ended up wanting to be a very straight person, being like, if I don't meet well with this person, I'm not gonna hang out with this person. Or, you know, if there's something that I don't like about this person, I'm just gonna say the bare minimum or something. But Hi, Atreyu. Nice to meet you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Okay. So people can be judgmental, but I feel like if there's even expressing it, I feel like if you put it in a nice way, it's okay, but they're not. And that's what I don't like about it. That's what pisses me off, I think. That's true. Because I think it's hard for other human beings to not be judgmental. That is true. But it's always in that judgmental statement that that you identify these hatred. These I'm pissed off at you. This I hate you. This I hate the fact. And maybe it's because of jealousy. I feel like a lot of girls do this maybe because of jealousy. They have a judgmental thing because maybe they're really jealous, and that's something that I noticed in like couple of people is that they're jealous. They're very jealous human being. And I think it has to do with the culture where Koreans are used to living in a very aggressive community because they have to strive their best, which makes sense, guys. They've had a very rough history. And then I'm not saying US didn't have a rough history, but they have more of a freedom. They have this US has more of a freedom. They have more of like a laid back situation. They still, people could be very like tight and very, my vocabulary is stuck, but it's there. Koreans should hug more. I think so too. Yeah, Korea, when was Korean War? Everything after the Korean War, we were just poor. That's why, you know, like a lot of the beef stew that's made in Korea is like that because they didn't have money. So, yeah. I feel like these days Koreans these days are in a very rough position where, so my mom's era was basically, I feel like, the end of the poor era because that's when, well, my mom had to deal with the IMF too because that was what, like 1991, I want to say, around that time. So that's that. So my mom had lived in the era, or 90, was that 97? Is that 1997? Why did I think 1991? But anyways, like my mom lived in that era. I'm trying to remember. IMF in Korea 언제지? 박세리. 그때가 언제지? 1998. 7 and 8. Because I just remember the golfer park made that like thing. So my mom era, I feel like, was kind of like the end-ish of restarting a new life period, right? So till 1998, Koreans had a mindset, guys had to work their butt off to feed the family. Girls had to be living in a, you know, had to care for the child and have, you know, be a good housewife type of deal. And then we went to my era, which is like start of getting everything better. Well, I'm not really Korean, so I can't speak on their behalf, but you know, we're kind of like, okay, well, since we've seen, like, in terms of girls see it as, since we've seen my mom go through being a housewife for the longest time, I'm not gonna have to deal with that, right? And then we see the guy's side being like, dude, I have to start building up and saving up to be like my dad, which is gonna be a lot of money because the housing all of a sudden went up. And now there's the MZ era where they're like, oh, my life is fine. My mom and my dad are kind of like doing okay. They say they don't have a house, but we live in a nice apartment. And there's the internet. We get all these resources. Screw living, like, screw working hard. I realize that we don't need to work hard. Look at these people on Instagram. They're blah, blah, blah. What's the point of working hard? Type of situation that's happening in Korea. So, like, as a boomer, and I'm just gonna say this boomer shizzle, I feel like a lot of people are just kind of belly full. Instead of kind of going with the American route of, you know, we've worked hard, we're gonna take our time and like kind of be laid back. It's more like, look at these people on Instagram in Korea. So I feel like, because that's what I realized talking with my cousins. And of course not my cousins don't represent the Koreans, but they're just kind of, I wouldn't even say they're laid back, but they're just kind of like, I don't want to use the word they're dead. My English brain is so dead. I need to read some books, guys. I should read some news in English so that my vocabulary gets better. But you guys know what I mean? Yeah, they just want to get rich with the minimum effort. I think that's exactly what I wanted to say. Instead of the old generation who had to work their butt off to get this country back alive, in a good way, it makes sense because it means that Korea has worked this hard on everything. But at the same time, it's like, to a boomer's eyes, and I'm not that boomer, but I'm gonna be a boomer about it. Be like, guys, your family worked that hard just to feed you guys, okay? So it's really amazing how Korea developed. I'm not hating on it, but I just feel like a lot of people don't acknowledge the effort of it, so they get upset about minor things. It comes from culture, and there's always history behind culture. That's true. Changing a bad part of culture is hard. Korea lost their language, which is why certain words are very soft for them. Oh, really? I didn't know that. A 7 does look like a 1. I know. Maybe that's why I got confused. I'll say that. That was a good reason. Yeah. Fortunately, Korea has developed well. Yeah, Korea worked really hard, but nowadays, with a lot of the mindset among Korean people, it's just really sad because of all the hard work that their family put into making this country better. It just feels like a lot of them are acknowledging it. But what's kind of funny is, if we say that, we are so effing boomer. Because they also say that the recent generation has their own set of problems. And, like, I can't say that they're not working hard. But still, in my eyes, I just feel like they're still not working hard. Like, yeah. So. Dog meat farming? I'm actually against dog meat, but then I feel like if I say that, I feel like I should be against meat, like all the meat in general. So I think it's a really hard topic to touch on. But what's kind of funny about that situation where I learned why I learned about why Koreans ended up eating dog meat was that in US, you know how dogs are considered friends, right? Vice versa, cows are kind of considered meat. You know, you're breeding these cows for your future life because of all the hunting and those type of mindset, right? That's the American knowledge of why. That's why the beef itself is very cheap in US because of all the hunting that we used to do. So the buffalo meat, the cow meat, and everything. It makes sense. However, in Korea, you guys should actually kind of view the mindset differently. And I'm not saying this as in that's why you guys should eat dogs, but I'm saying this is why Koreans ended up kind of eating dogs, is because back in when Korea was established, they were poor. We keep highlighting the fact that Koreans were poor. You know where the kukbap came from? It's because they didn't have meat. So what they ended up doing was they would cook the bones of the meat or bones of an animal for a very, very long time so that you'll get the taste, that tint of the meat flavor in the soup, and mix it with rice. Since they don't have the meat to eat, that's why a lot of Koreans in the historical videos or the historical pictures, they look very skinny and short. And so where I was gonna go with this was in Korea, back in the days, actually cows were viewed as a sacred animal. They were something that you're kind of worshiping to. So they were very precious because, like I said, they were poor. So like seeing cows who does all the work for farming and everything was considered precious. They were kind of like the family of the group. So to Koreans, cows were kind of viewed as dogs, where they were the family. They not only, you know, maybe could produce milk for those cows, but they also worked, right? They would help with the farming. So they were to Koreans' family. However, to dogs, they weren't really a pet. To dogs, for Koreans, dogs were more like, you know, if I could breed this, I could eat them kind of mindset. Because dogs can't do anything. We don't have sheep to herd in Korea. They can't really do anything for farming. So Koreans can't do much with dogs. So what do you have to do with dogs? Like for them, they were kind of like the replacement for the meat. So that's why they got the mindset. So to foreigners' eyes, this looks so wrong, right? Because you're basically killing your family, your family to eat them, right? But to Koreans, it's vice versa. That's why in Korea, taking your girlfriend out at a steakhouse means I'm putting in that much money for you. Of course, this is all all history, and now dogs in Korea nowadays are considered pets. But that was kind of like the reasons behind why we eat dog meat. So when you guys kind of see an Asian do that, let's not just judge them in the right away, being like, oh my god, this person doesn't treat dogs as family, but kind of have that, oh, maybe this person have that old mindset, which should change definitely, but just don't look at them too badly, because it's normally the elders who eat the dog meat, and they were in that time period, so to them that was their sense of meat. That's why I'm I don't want to be too judgmental on a lot of situation, but it's kind of fun learning about the history of why people ended up eating dog meat, because they're not, people don't do stuff for no reason, right? You guys always have a reason. You guys have a reason to watch me because I'm entertaining in a way that we talk about a lot of crazy stuff. Or if this girl is very boomer, she's kind of 20 something, now she's almost 30, but she has a mindset of a white 50-year-old ajushi, right? So, in that sense, it's interesting. Boomer thoughts. It is boomer thoughts. And so that's why a lot of the old dads hated dogs. As in, I don't understand why they would have them as pets, but you see them kind of being like, mung mung, ruff ruff, wolf wolf. like, I'm a dog, you. They're like, oh my god. It was kind of like my dad and my cat that died, where my dad hated my cat. So we didn't even tell him that we got a cat. And so when he came to visit our house in the US, he was like, holy, what is this? He was like swearing. But then since my dad had to work, even if he visited US, what was funny was that we would all go to sleep. My brother, me, and my mom would go to sleep, right? And so my dad had to work, but Mio, my cat, that's my cat's name, would be like all like on him. Like he'd be on the PC, he'd be on the lap, he'd be like going around him, where he had to do like video calls to his students. His students would see my cat and be laughing because my dad didn't know what to do with my cat because like he couldn't touch him for a bit. So he ended up like falling in love with my cat. And the reason why my dad hated my cat was because my dad was born in the year of the rat. So he thought that it kind of would be like, you know, cats and rats kind of thing. And it was like the cutest thing. So like for the longest time, my dad, when he came to visit after that, he'd be like, oh, where's Mio? We should exercise, blah, blah, blah. And I noticed that in Mia's dad's situation too, where he hates cats too. He's also born in the year rat. He's the same age as my dad. So he hated cats in general, but when he saw Joey, and you know how slimy Joey is, and you know how he acts like a baby, like, or no, because I can hold him like this. Mia's dad still to this day talks about how Joey was on like in front of this PC where he would be very careful getting to his location, which is a very smart for a cat to do, which, you know, they're very cautious anyways. And then just be lying there and like have love in his eyes, and I'm just kind of like, okay. So it's funny to see Ajishi's like that, but you know, like they have to experience this for them to understand. But to a lot of elders, that experience doesn't happen often. So for them to have an experience of loving the dogs, it just doesn't happen often. So that's why they still probably to this day are still consuming dog meat. So hi Mark, we're having a very deep conversation all of a sudden today. It's because I've rested. If I get like a 2-day off from stream, I have so many stories to talk about, but if I don't, then I don't have that much. To a point, I didn't even start Lost Ark, guys. Can you believe it? My Lost Ark channel isn't open. Would you? It disappeared too. Yeah, I don't even have Lost Ark. We had a very good conversation. You can look it up later. Right, guys? You guys are enjoying this conversation. Rambling? What do you mean rambling? I wonder if the North is just waiting for enough to just slack and come in and walk all over South. I don't think so. They're easy to breed too, so in a way it makes a lot of sense. Only thing is that the meat is less good than... Yeah, that's true, because they're skinny, right? So even though I love dogs as pets, I'm not thought harshly, if I ever did at all, of places that are dogs. What? Oh. Hard times create a strong society. A strong society creates a good time, and the good time creates stagnation, and the stagnation creates weak society, and a weak society creates bad time. Ah, yeah. Well, Korea is just in the start of the stagnation, I think. Eventually that won't be in demand, so in time it will change naturally. That's what I'm thinking for dog meat, guys. So in a bad way, you guys can hate me and you guys can just call me Jinri. You're acting like a 50-year-old, which is also a stereotype that all 50-year-old white guys have this like mind, right? Because not gonna lie, some of you guys are almost close to 50. So I'm basically dissing you guys, so I should maybe change that, but I should stop that stereotype. Hey. But a lot of the old-minded folks, you know, I am a very old-minded folks, and it's really hard for me to talk very zoomer. Mello, you just got a big fat hatred from the community. My community? We need a poll. My community used to be people in their early 30s, but as time passed by, they became mid 30s. I'm married. Thanks for asking. I'm married women. You turned 31 last month. Congratulations. Yeah, we did a poll. Should we do a poll today? 뭐지? Should we do like 22 to 29, 32, 36 to 40, 40 plus, 41 plus. Under 21 and over 21? Damn. I'm an intern in a retirement home? Why I'm here, love the discussion. Thank you. You gave me more insights into Clifford. Why did Clifford? You don't want to answer this poll? See, I told you, I knew. Wait, we have actually people over 40? I'm so sorry, I just disliked 4 of you guys. 미안해, 미안해, I'm so sorry. 어떡하냐. Yeah. I don't want to be grouped in that last group. They'll forget it in the next 5 minutes. What? 진짜, you guys are lying. Ah. No wonder I don't do K-pop on stream. No, you guys are joking, right? Ash. It's okay. It's okay though. You know what? If there's 99 e-girls on stream, we need at least one girl who doesn't do e-girl, right? So that the 40 plus year old people have a place to go. We're watching you from the Hey, no, these days the retirement age increased. Yeah, so it should be like 30s over. You're 25? Damn. I would think that the 40 plus would. Well, here's the thing, Joey. So this is random Mia's story of the day / week is, you know how we talked about Maxim and Mia talks about that? The other day, Mia went down to 인계동, which is kind of like Hongdae in Suwon, where there's gonna be young pretty girls wearing like booty pants and be like, 안녕하세요, and like, you know, dating and also sweet blah blah blah. So I was like, Mia, you're going to 인계동, are you excited? You get to see young girls. And he's like, he sighs. He's like, I just want to stay home. I'm like, Mia, some of your friends are single, you know. I'm gonna let you be wingman. Because like I know Mia, he likes houses, and so I kind of be like, I'm gonna let you be a wingman. Go and like stay out and hang out with your single friend. Like he needs probably a wingman. He's like, dude, we're so obviously like no one wants to get our number. But then all of a sudden he got so excited. He's like. So I'm like, hey, okay, so then what if a girl comes up to you and she goes, oh my god, Oppa, I like you. And he's like, oh, you like my looks? I'm like, what the hell? Okay, you are such a cock blocker. That's what I literally said. I'm like, okay, well, if you're gonna do that, like, please don't say you know me. Like, that is embarrassing me so much. So, that's my little funny random story of Mia today. But when you guys get married, hope you guys will have a wonderful life like this. So anyways, what were we talking about right before this? Dog meat. So that's my opinion on dog meat. I don't like it. I've never eaten it. I'm planning on not eating dog meat, but hopefully but I want you to know the reason why Asians probably eat dog meat. And I think this goes for China as well. So am I sick? Yeah, I was walking around the photo shoot day with like tights on. It was freaking cold. And then yesterday I went out being super cold. So. It could be sad for a lot of Asian countries. Yeah. So that's why I don't like when some of the foreigners, like the non-dog meat eating Western countries, comes up to Asian countries and be like, oh my god, you guys eat dogs? Being like, yeah, well, you guys eat cows and we're friends with cows. You guys can say that next time if you guys are Asians, because I didn't know this story at all and I was just hating on those who eat dog. I was embarrassed to be Asian too when I first heard, and that was me when I was like in 21, 22, young, like fresh college girl who thinks she knows everything. So when this foreigner was like, do you eat dog meat? I'm like, oh my god, like dog meat? Ugh, I hate Asians for eating dog meat, blah blah blah. And then like I got old. Do you think you're gonna lose viewers now that you're taken? Not really, because I don't really have that much viewers anyways. And like we've established there's a lot of people who's in the 40s, and like we kind of established this like chill vibe that's gonna be like they don't really care about it. They don't care. So what's really good about saying that is that, okay, there's like pros and cons, right? The pro is that I don't have to be fully dressed up nice. Of course, I can kind of trick those who comes in and be like, I could act single, but yeah. But the bad thing is that I can't like rip you guys off because you guys don't really like me for my like body and like my looks. So if I just do my 02s here, you guys would be like, can you stop, Jinri? And I'm like, okay. That works too. We could stop. People knew Boss wasn't single for years now. If you didn't know, that's your fault. That's so I kind of have to like persuade you to give me money because this is my daily job. So if you guys don't mind, I have a donation bar for my Japan trip, and then I have that up there. But considering other people who are married, I think I'm doing a great job. So considering my size and everything. So if you guys are willing to, like, look at Bear over there. When would you be going to Japan? Once this gets filled. When this gets filled, I'll go. Because I want to go there for a week. Maybe a week might be too long, but like spend a good quality time. Like, it was kind of like my dream, because I'm a weeb, as you guys know. Where I want to go to like the Akihabara and do the oishiku nare, moi moi cute, and I want to like dress up in like a Japanese style and be like, watashi Nihonjin desu, and like do all those. So I have like a Japanese boo. So I've been to Japan, but it's been okay. So I've been to Japan a couple of times. Like 4 times, but I've never spent a good decent time there. It's been like 3 days, 4 days. I think maximum was 5 days. And twice I went with Mia's family, and their like traveling style is you see it, you go. You see, you go. You see, you go. So they have that type of style, but I'm like since I'm also like a streamer, I have a tendency to look at this place, like, kind of give it in my system, enjoy this place so that I can vlog it well. But if I do it that way, my vlogs kind of become all over the place, where I'm just kind of like, okay, we're done for today. I've seen too much. I don't remember half of the things I've seen. So Yay!
Glowing star, hey Jinrit fam. Let's make Chinri's Japan dream a reality. Japan, airplane, your support counts. Celebratory hands in the air, drop a donation and be part of this amazing journey. Every contribution brings us closer. Let's unite and make it happen. Cherry
Thank
blossom,
you for
sparkling
$9
heart,
donation.
hashtag support
Yeah,
Chinri
it's okay.
in
We'll
Japan.
steadily wait. Because this month, I was gonna do... shoot. Okay, so you know how December started? I was gonna do the gaming. But remember how Travel had that really great idea? I actually mentioned it to Mia. And Mia thought if we made it really well, it might work well. So what I'm thinking is that we're gonna start that idea for a month and see where it goes. So I was gonna start that today, which means that I'm gonna move all my gaming stuff to next month. So this month we're gonna try to work really hard on that idea. We'll have like drink breaks and stuff because Mia gave me the official you can drink till January. So is it the new PoE league? Damn it. Oh well. I have so many things to talk to you guys though. This is why it's good and bad. Oh shoot. If I miss a week. Yeah, I heard. But that idea will be coming up. Remind me to talk a little bit about that idea. I still have like stories to tell you guys about. So we talked about dog me, we talked about that. You guys are like getting me off track, but maybe I should save some stories and spend it like tomorrow. I mean, right? There is always a track skipper name, but that track always goes somewhere. You know what? I think I have great stories that I should have maybe clipped them and put them on YouTube. But I'm effing lazy. I have too many channels. So that's always a thought. Temple of Doom? It's Temple of... I have no clue where this is going. Where are you spending for Christmas holiday? I'm gonna be in Korea. I might do something. I think for Christmas, maybe... I know Mia wanted to spend the 24th and 25th. So if I do... Should I do a trip from the 25th to 26th and spend the Christmas with you guys? The title says Sunday. It's not Sunday in US. Unless you're in a different place, Sebastian. Are you in Asia? Oh, okay. Well, in US it's Sunday. Ishi Monday. Ishi. Yeah, there's like maybe okay, for Sebastian I'll do Sunday/Monday. Let's go on a mini trip on Monday and Tuesday. I know, I'm so considerate. So that's what I'm... Monday. Oh, that's actually a great way. Monday. Oh, Ryan! Thank you. Monday. Is it my birthday?
Japan trip. Yay!
Yay! I got $50 for my Japan trip. Thank you, Brian. Thank you so much. 정말 감사합니다. You're so kind. See? People still like me if I'm married. Not all the single girl gets donation. We're working hard. We're 1%, guys. 영차. But anyways, what was I gonna talk to you guys about? Oh, thank you, you, Fubi, for
Happy
the $5
birthday.
donation! Yay! Thank you! Yay! I should maybe do a subathon. Maybe I'll do a day subathon on Sunday and spend somewhere trip-wise. Because Mia apparently has to work on the 26th. So I was like, oh, I'll go on the Christmas day. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are so sweet. I'm getting dineros. So. Yay! We'll go on a trip then. Because we got it. Yeah. He was kind of pissed off about it. He was like, oh my god, I have to go to work. Okay. I'll wait for you to win the lottery. Did I get done with Mia's friend's wife story? So we talked about that. Oh, I'm not done with that story, guys. Okay, this is also a Friday, guys. I did so much this weekend. Well, this was Saturday. So, and this is kind of like big reason why I got sick was like, it's effing cold at nighttime in Korea, and I was out both days at night, so. So then she is 100% housewife. She studied architecture, so she worked at a company, but because she got pregnant, she quit work so that she could focus on being a housewife. And for a while she was okay, but then at one point she started kind of getting depressed. She kind of told her story to me, and I was like, that's actually what I'm feeling, but luckily I had you guys. So I told her how much stream helped me, because you know, like, I moved from the US and I had to be here, and in Korea I don't have that much friends. Of course I met streamer friends and stuff, but like not everyone gets along, right? And when you get to our age, my age, which you guys probably already felt, since like I said, you guys are more than half of chat is older than me. But for those who are younger than me, once you get to age 30, it's really hard to make new friends, because your brain gets full, as in you start looking at, okay, what does this friend, like, how is this friend gonna be, is this friend gonna be good to me or not? You kind of have to weigh that. And you hang out with this friend, and for me, I have this like baseball rule. You know how if you get a strike 3 times, you're out? That's kind of me with my friends and my love life too. I do my best. I do my darn best to be really good friends with them. But if they kind of tick me off 3 times, and it gotta be really bad one, then I'm like, you're out of my life. So that happened. Of course, there are days where I regret it, where I should have maybe gave it some time and be more understanding. But honestly, I don't see a purpose of that. So, because I'm gonna be stressed in the end from their attitude, and it's probably not their personality that's the issue. But it's just that their personality and my personality does not fit. So I'm not gonna waste my time. Because once you get to 30, you just realize you don't have that much time left. As in, that 30 is the only time you can still pretend to be young. Right? I understand too, Skipper Name. I have that tendency too. So, you know, like the age 30s is definitely the only time you can act young. Yeah, so yeah, Fufi made a great description of it. You know, it's the time where you start getting to realize that you can see people based on how they act if you guys are good matches. So, like I said, when you're in my age, it's really hard to make friends. So I moved to Korea and I told her this whole story. Right? I totally understand. And it's not like I don't have friends in Korea, but also when you get to 30s, it's hard to meet like how you met friends when you're young. Especially for me, since I'm married. When my husband comes home, it's nice to spend some quality time instead of me going out to Hongdae every night, right? Versus 99% of my friends in Korea are single. Like, cause I have a lot of streamer friends. They like to party. They like to wake up at 5 p.m. and spend the whole night streaming. And I can't do that. So I was telling her about like how my streaming life isn't actually technically a full-time streamer, where I should be streaming full-time. Like 12 hours a day, also during the weekends, and that's probably the best way to grow, but I cannot invest that much time, and you guys, it's grateful that you guys know that. And I kind of joke around saying, you know, since we're a company, we're not making you work during the weekends, so I am still to this day thankful that you guys are kind of going along with that. It's just I want to spend some time with Mia, so so that was that. And I told her how streaming really helped me, and it really brought me into thinking, what if we do this and that? And I actually got a lot of great feedbacks on it. And I told her, if you are looking for some part-time job, because her job, like mine, requires to be outside of the house. She is an architect. She told me how she has to work on the field, like on the scene. And that was kind of me too, because I had to go to the factories a lot. So I was like, that's where I had to stop my work and be like, streaming. Of course, it's not the best way to grow, because there are multiple ways. I could be definitely a booba streamer, blah blah blah, but I still enjoy the mood. Of course my income is definitely a big difference, but it's okay as long as we're having fun, right? So I'm trying to be very positive about that mind, and it's, I think, for at least for now, it has been going well. For now. We might get kind of antsy. Jinri might get kind of antsy if this Japan trip doesn't get filled in like maybe like 3-4 months later. It'd be like, it's so sadgy. But I know you guys are still working hard. I know you guys are trying to find me the Euler Oppas. So thank you guys for that. I still, to this day, I'm very thankful that you guys are helping out. So I told her very positive things about streaming, and I told her that but streaming might be a little hard for those who have a baby, which makes sense, right? Since I can't 29/7 focus on you guys, I have to focus on the baby. So I told her to become an Instagram influencer. The reason why is she actually likes to edit, makes vlogs and stuff, and I was like, you know, I feel like you're really good at it. I feel like you have potentials, but Instagram for especially married women has more potentials than vlogs. And I realized that because I started a baby Instagram until, you know, we had that miscarriage situation. And I told her how I grew to having 400 followers while I was posting my stuff every day. Just bare minimum, not putting in too much effort. So I told her about that, and she was having positive thoughts. So I think I kind of convinced her to become an influencer. But what was really nice was that I know I'm going to be harsh on myself, and you guys can give me that redeem, but to me, I feel like to this day, I kind of am a failed streamer, because I'm basically on the same level. I haven't grown, and I don't have that much followers as much as I expected to. But then I told her how I also have not only stream, but also YouTube and stuff, and she's like, that's really good. That's really good for you. That I was able to get it up to 6,000. I still think that 6,000 is a very small number, but she did do all the praising. So I was like, oh, okay. Maybe to other people's eyes, I guess I'm doing a good job. I know. I know, guys. Thanks for I know I'm being harsh on myself, but it was still a good time for me to, what I realized was that I can talk a lot about this industry with positive thoughts. I mean, if they want to have like the truth of this job, it's kind of harsh because you basically don't have time. So yeah, honestly, I agree too. I feel like a lot of the girls are, and it still amazes me how they just enjoy watching my music videos reaction, because I'm not that good. Yeah, they gave me a good comment on it saying, you know, you worked hard, blah blah blah. So it's been great. I've been enjoying it. And we're slowly growing, as you guys know. And nothing, you know, everything's not easy, right? Even this job industry isn't easy. A lot of people, even those big streamers, there of course there are small streamers who grew in a short amount of time, but normally it takes a while. So, no, we're gonna wait that long. Maybe I'm just a type that's gonna have to spend a little more time on it, but which it's fine. It's definitely fine. So, we had a good conversation, and I was happy that I was able to kind of give her hopes. Because one thing that I realized ever since I saw her, so I went to her house at like, oh really? Oh, thank you. I didn't know you were watching my reaction videos too. I never thought I was good. See, this is why I'm saying people give me that like, Jinri, you're being harsh on yourself. Because I just enjoy looking at guy K-pop idol and stuff. There's nothing more in depth about it, right? But thank you. Right, cause like I'm not a. Of course, I'm a music major, but I don't have that like K-pop knowledge connection, etc. So yeah, Fufi, I completely agree. And like I've seen how my K-pop YouTube grew, even for having to take a break for a couple of weeks. Since of like my miscarriage situation and because of my you know, when my baby was sick, that whole situation, we were all like, I took like 2 months, like twice in the periodic time. So oh really, thank you. So it was really, it's really amazing. And I feel like I know a lot of people did complain about the K-pop bands, and I still to this day notice that there are some fans who are very crazy about certain groups, and you know, I have to be careful of my words, but I kind of understand them. If someone talked crap about B2B, I'd be sad. If someone was like, oh my god, like Changseoppa shouldn't do that thing, you know, I'd be like, excuse me? He can do whatever he wants, okay? Stop being a buffet. And I felt bad. One thing that I also noticed... Oh, this is like... stop going on a tangent, Jimmy. Can you finish the story before you go somewhere? I've seen a lot of things this weekend, so I have a lot of stories to tell you guys. And I think today's just gonna be a just chatting stream where I was actually gonna do some work, like have my schedule up and stuff, but no. I'm just talking. I have nothing. So Cheon? Who's Cheon? Did you even start? No, I don't even have Lost Ark. I can show you guys. Look at this. I've just been so I've been like, you know, having an encoding in the background because I want to take some part off of my YouTube channel for my full VOD, and then I just had this. I just have like music and stream element and my YouTube stuff open. So I don't have Lost Ark. I've been like so talking to you guys. Leave me so I can work stream. No. Oh yeah, you were Cheon. I forgot the fangirls. You know, I don't even remember my fangirl name. Thank you. You're Cheony. Anyways, what are we talking about? What did I have? What other stories did I have to tell you guys? Oh, now it tells you the dislikes. What? What did I check the dislikes? Sorry. So it's great that I got her into being an influencer. I know it has 2K. Yeah, it was a new feature. You know how back then okay, so this might sound kind of crazy. Sora gave me a heart. Oh really? Did she not recognize who it was? But let me tell you what's really crazy. You know how... Did you know that you can calculate how many people disliked it? This is why I hate loving math. Because you can reverse calculate since you have the percentage and you have how many people liked it, you can calculate how many people disliked it, right? I was kind of sad about it, but I ended up doing it. There is an extension. I somehow like was able to just see how many people like. Oh, everyone said that, but I feel like Baby Monster still had their Baby Monster-y. See, this is why K-pop fans need to sometimes like shut the F up. They're too involved. But then at the same time, see, K-pop fans are these young-blooded people. They have all the energy to stand their group, right? Just be less Asian about calculation? I know. Too many expectations? Yeah, but they also have that energy to have that expectation. So I also agree. Yeah. Yeah, I was okay with it. I didn't like it either. Like I didn't like it, but it's not like to a point I was like, oh my god, they shouldn't do blah 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 blah. So that's what a lot of people like about it. That it's very YG. Not YG style 좋은데. I just remember when I was talking about Baby Monster, someone on chat, I don't know who it was, kept talking about how it was very similar to YG, and I was like, okay, I could sit here like having a very strong conversation about how, but I didn't want to. So. 근데 진짜 Mark can translate this, but something that I felt in young-blooded people, and this is probably what a lot of old-blooded people realized, was a lot of 요즘 젊은이들이 진짜 에너지가 넘치는 것 같아. 이런 거에 대해서 화를 많이 내고 이번 그런 에너지가 있으니까 그런 거지. 이제 저희 나이 때 되면은 에너지 분배를 잘해야 된단 말이에요. 그 에너지를 나는 게임에 쏟는단 말이야. 그래서 젊은 애들이 좋아. 에너지 쓸 때 이런 걸 하는 거지 뭐. 그런 생각이 들더라고. Okay, translate. Oh guys, I don't my English. Okay. Thank you. 오! 마크. Yeah, it was just 아줌마 renting. Exactly. You've seen it exactly well, Fuzz. It is 아줌마 renting. Anyways, kind of going along with Ajumma talk, guys. When I saw Mia's friend's wife has 2 kids. One was born this year, so he's like 5-6 months, 7 months old, and then the other one was 5 years old. It was so sad. Her life was just looked so, I don't want to use this phrase. So when I was in college, I studied. Oh, thank you. I have to go pee too. I drank too much water. So for those who don't know what I majored in college, I majored in industrial engineering, and one of the things that we studied was ergonomics. And one of the things I still remember to this day related to ergonomics, which I hated ergonomics. To me, it felt like common sense, but people didn't know how to do the common sense. Because we talked about how to keep a desk organized. And like, my desk it's not that organized, but it could be organized. But like, we talked about how to do that, and it's like, it's really hard for people to do that, right? You got one confession to make, go ahead. But anyways, like, it was funny because one of the things I learned in ergonomics is doing a work that you do the same thing over and over is not easy. So that's why if you work at a factory, like if you are the operators at a factory, you really need to take care of them very well, because these people are doing the same work over and over again. So they're kind of tired of it. So that's why I liked working at a factory, because I liked talking to the operators. My operators were really nice. Unlike some operators, I heard they could be either sexist or racist, so I never got to deal with them. My operators were really sweet when I wasn't feeling good. Of course, some had to kind of tell on me because it was like the COVID era. Well, that makes sense. But they were sweet with me. So I couldn't say I was sick in front of them. There were a lot of like things you can't do, right? But the reason why you guys have to be really nice to the operators is I was doing for medical equipment, so they're screwing the same thing over and over again. They're putting in the parts over and over again. We had the wrapping session too. They're wrapping the material, the same goddamn thing, every day for 6 hours, I think, because we had a 3 shift, right? So 6 hours a day. So that's why their performance level definitely has to drop, because it's sickening, right? It's sickening. Like, you guys don't want to go to work and put in Excel every single day, right? That is sickening. That's why you guys come home and you guys enjoy Twitch, which is kind of different. You see these Twitch streamers doing everything different, even if it's maybe not game streamers. But so after seeing that, I was seeing my friend, or Mia's friend's wife, like caring about the baby, and it was like, oh my I wanted to say she does not look exciting. Like, she loves it. She doesn't, okay, if we say it, I don't want to say that she doesn't like her kids. She loves her kids. Like, I could see that, but the work that she has to put in to raising these kids just looks so miserable. And I was so scared, like, because I knew that was reality. The reality of raising kids isn't, we're gonna enjoy, make stuff, they're gonna go to bed, everyone's gonna be happy, they're gonna be giving me kisses, being like, Mom, have good night, and be happy. No, it's like, when a guest is over, kids get excited. They get so excited that they don't want to sleep. Now, she has a newborn baby, right? The newborn baby wakes up every time the kid gets excited and starts screaming. It's 10 p.m. She needs to put these 2 kids to sleep so that she can talk with me. So she put the little one to sleep, and she's like, to the first child, she's like, hey, let's go brush your teeth and go to bed. This kid does not want to listen, but I could see he is so tired. He is like, you know, when kids get tired, it's when their body starts going like this. They become a slime. They're like, I don't want to sleep, but I'm a slime, right? The firstborn was sitting next to me. He was so cute. He was like getting on top, like sitting on top of me, and he was like, blah, 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 right? And at one point, we're watching this robot thing, which, by the way, the baby robots are so like high quality these days. I was shocked. But he was like, he has his like 1 feet on like my like thighs, the other feet on like the like the couch. His hands are like this, and he's like, this is so fun. He looks at me, he starts laughing. I'm like, okay, yeah, you need to go to bed. So I was like, he's so boneless. But I was like, okay. Mom was like, okay, let's go brush our teeth and come back. He was like, I don't want to go. And I was like, you can go brush your teeth. I'm still gonna be here, okay? And so Mom drags him, right? She is kind of pissed off at that point, being like, I want to like have a great conversation with me. Like, she wants to have a great conversation with me, but he's not cooperating. So he like drags him, being like, Mom is mad if you don't listen, right? Brushes teeth, blah blah blah, and he gets out. He's so excited. He's like, yeah, runs out, and I'm like, we don't want the little one waking up, right? We don't want the little one waking up. Please don't wake up. It's like, okay. And I told him, I was like, hey, go to sleep for 30 minutes because you look tired. I was trying to like give him a conversation, be like, you look so tired. Why don't you sleep for just 30 minutes or an hour? Auntie's gonna still be here, so just take a nap and then come out. I told him that. He did not understand because he's 5. He's like, what the fudge is she saying? I just want to enjoy like hanging out with you, right? So Mom drags him. Mom's pissed off. Like, her anger level to this day was like at 80%. Drags him. And apparently they do like story time. And he was not focused during story time. He kept saying, why? Why? Had that why bug in him. Why? Why? Why does this happen? Well, why does that happen because of that? Well, why does that happen because of that? Because of that. On and on. It's like 30 minutes into it. I'm like, should I just go? I feel bad. I really felt bad. And he kept doing the why thing. And then in the next room, you hear this. Ah! And I was like, she's like, she runs off. She opens the door. Like, did the little one wake up? I'm like, he's like, Chidri, this is reality. She goes back. She puts the little one to sleep. While she was putting the little one to sleep, the first child came out. He's like so excited. He's like, he opens the door because the mom said, "Don't open the door, okay?" He opens the door. He's like, "Hi." I'm like, "Hi." And I'm so scared, right? But I didn't know that he was supposed to be inside the room without like telling. He opens the door. He's like, and he runs out to me. He's like, he like talks quietly, but he's like, I don't want to sleep. He talks of something. I can't understand babies like murmuring. He's like, okay, you should go to sleep. Like, I'll be here. Don't worry. Like, go to sleep. But then like he hears something in the room. He all of a sudden starts cleaning his toys. And then he like hears the door open. He runs back to the door. And that's when it hit 100%. My friend, or like, she was like so pissed off, like 100%. She'd be like, I told you not to leave the room. Runs out. He's like so nervous. And I'm just sitting there being like, this is gonna be my future, guys. This is gonna be my future. And you know how like, when parents get mad at the child, I never understood that. Like, when my mom get mad at me, I'm like, why can't she just not get mad at me? Why can't she talk in a nice way? Well, I also thought after seeing that, this kid doesn't listen. She tries her best to talk nicely, but he still doesn't listen. So her like anger level could not like break. And I could feel the anger when she texted her husband. We have this like group talk, right? Of like all of Mia's friends who's married, and then all of Mia's friends' wives, including me. So there's 6 people. She texted in that texting room, be like, "Oppa," being like talking to her husband. "Oppa, well, he doesn't want to go to sleep. I tried to put him. He won't listen to my story times and blah blah blah." And like these are guys who's like having a reunion, drunk AF, like so drunk. She gets this, and I was like, holy cow. And so she got out of the room being like, okay, well, I'm not gonna put you to sleep. You just go to sleep, whatever. Like, that's what 5-year-olds do. And she like slams the door, and I'm like, that's my future. And like she comes out sighing, and I'm like, wow. 진짜 힘들다. 진짜, like, they're lovely. Like, kids can be lovely, but like at the same time, just seeing that was just kind of a disaster. Maybe I shouldn't use the word disaster, guys, but it's just kind of like, that could be my future. That is going to be my future. That's not that could be. That is my future. They're not going to listen. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta give up. I definitely agree. And it was funny because like, it was telling me about how I've told my mom multiple times about how, you know, mom, I don't know why Asian moms get easily mad. They're always mad at the kid. Why? Why can't you be like the foreigner mom and talk nicely? We would have listened. And then I saw that. I was like, you know, I gotta call my mom and say I'm very sorry. Because it wasn't the moms. It was probably the Asian moms probably did their best, right? And we've never seen the foreigner moms get mad too, right? It just seemed like they're talking nice, but it hit me. I was like, wow, 진짜. It was a nightmare. It seemed like a nightmare. It was such a nightmare. Wow, like no. During my time babysit, you had to babysit? You babysat your niece and nephew for 6 months? The hardest time, most frustrating time. You have no time! Oh. Foreigner moms get mad at home? That's... See, we don't know about that. We always think that the white moms, no matter what happens, like, even there's a Korean... This guy who gives a talk about relationship and everything, and one of the jokes he made was that when he was young, his mom was like, when he breaks a glass or a silverware, the Korean, like, this is his way of talking, because he is from like the Jeollado area, so the mom has an accent, but he was saying how when my mom was when I was young, I accidentally broke a silverware, and like my mom was like, 그냥 다 부숴버려, 그냥 다 부숴버려, 아주 그냥, and like saying, just break everything, won't you? Like in a very sarcastic way. But then he was seeing this movie, right? This is how Koreans get to see America, through movies, and he saw this white mom talking to this child who broke silverware, being like, oh sweetie, are you okay? Are you hurt? I love you, it's okay. And he was like, I think I'm actually from the US, where my mom must have stolen me, stolen to take me, and stuff, right? Is that what your mom said to you too? Okay, well, I guess that's not like a foreigner mom thing, because like that's kind of what happened. It was hilarious. And so my mom would just wait until your dad gets home. I'll deal with you at home. 그러네. Actually, a lot of, yeah. So just kind of remember that. So when I saw that, I was like, okay, I have Americanness in my blood. I kept telling you guys, right? I was like, I think I'm American, but super conservative American. I don't have that Koreanness in me anymore as much as I expected. So I'm American, right? And after seeing that, I was like, okay, I'm gonna tell my baby, oh, darling, it's okay. We're okay, blah, blah, blah. Be very positive with it. Be like happy, understanding. Yeah, F you. F you, man. F you. I don't care. I'm gonna be Asian for this. Right. So, I'd be super sick. I'd be really sick of it. 진짜 너무 힘들 것 같아. What do you want for Christmas? A trip to Japan. I'm not white though. I think even the whites get pissed off. Their moms be like, oh, he's a wild one, isn't he really? Korean Christmas? I don't know. I think they're similar. I'm gonna go to the bathroom though. I'll be back. What are you planning to get your mom for Christmas? Isn't Korean Christmas mostly a couple holiday? Christmas Eve is. Oh really? That's good. That's true. Oh, I should text my brother what to get mom. I think this week we should stay indoors. 아, 너무 추워가지고 these days I was supposed to wear my socks. Where did I put my socks? I'm scared that if I am too gentle with my future kid, he becomes like a bad person if you with. Yeah. I honestly think a little violence with kid isn't that bad. Like, I'm not gonna like smack him in the face, right? But I put a can of Spam in the most expensive spear box. Oh my god. Right, but like there was an incident that happened in Korean news where this guy was like this young high school child got everything. Like technically we would consider him as a spoiled child. The dad was understanding and everything, right? Giving him iPhone if he needed it without even asking the reason why. Got him everything, and then one day he called at school to his teacher. He was being so disrespectful, like calling her fat and like bullying and like kind of going against him. And so the teacher told that to his dad. The teacher told this whole situation to his dad, and his dad was so upset that he got to the school and he said, like, sincerely, I'm very sorry, and he smacked the kid in the face. So that kind of became a controversy, being like, should he have smacked him? But then of hearing how he raised him, of like giving him everything he wanted, never having a fight. If he wanted to go on a trip, just let him, like, doing whatever he wanted, and this is how he repaid him. The dad was so upset, like so upset, could not even describe how upset he got, that he didn't talk to the son for like 2 weeks. So the son was also wanted to say sorry, but he was too scared. But the dad was so upset on that. So I would think so. I think the dad would definitely be embarrassed. I think he had like wide variety of feelings at that time, and I think I would have had to if I would thought that my child, you know, had all this. But I think that anger, you know, was. So I think the community pretty much ended up siding. Yeah, definitely felt betrayed. I think, John, I totally agree with you that he felt betrayed, because you know what? He raised him to give him whatever we want. And that's kind of like how the whole society nowadays is like, don't whip your child. Listen to your child. If he wants something, you know, kind of give him stuff, right? And like, not like give him everything, but you know what I mean? Like, if you have the time and energy to, you know, love the child as much as you can, do that. And that's what he did, you know, and we probably scolded him in a nice way and everything, but the fact that he wasn't being that respectful to others was just shocking. Even if he's being respectful in the house, if he's not doing that in public, then what the parents would feel is that I have taught my child wrong. And so to a parent, he would be feeling very betrayal. So I think betrayal is the right word. No parenting? Did your parents ever get mad at you for being... So one of the, like, what is considered parenting? Let's go with that then. My uncle would burst out the chopstick and whip my cousins on the finger with it when they misbehaved. Oh damn, you like... What is parenting to you guys? Well, if you became a parent, what would you need to do? You just got beat a lot? Oh, did you do anything bad? Discipline punishment to hanging out with kids. Kid IG? I guess. Socializing, showing lots of love and being stern at the right moment. I would get beaten for eating chips too loud. Oh, that's sad. So when I was young, I thought my mom wasn't a good mom. You know what's fun? Or like, I don't, maybe not a good mom, but I thought she was never ready to be a mom. Don't you guys have that moments being like, I wish my mom was sometimes, you know, be good. You kind of get jealous of other people's mom. Yeah, Mark, you're gonna basically make a what's it? Card with your thing. Don't you guys have that with someone in your family? How to handle finance? Yeah, dude, me too. Be a good mentor? Ah, 그러네. Parenting to me is raising your child when they're young, then guiding them into adulthood. How long should you parent your child? Teaching them about the world, how to act, behave, etc. One could view that that guy who slapped his kid. That's true. Yeah. 21? Guys, can I tell you guys something that's super interesting? So, like I said, my whole story, my story of my mom is I never thought my mom was that good. She didn't really care about like my schooling, unlike other Asian moms. So I basically had to do all the schooling by myself. And I have my brother. So one thing that I still regret to this day was my brother's a science geek and a nerd. I'm not a nerd. So if I could go back in high school, I would actually do like public speaking and get better at speaking instead of going into science. F you, Kino, shut up. I mean, like, I didn't like science, like, because I joined the math team in the science Olympiad, and I hated it, but I did it because my brother did it. But it was always a bad choice, since I always got compared. Like, my brother's name was on the plaque. My name never made it, right? I am privately speaking to you guys, right? I hated being on the science team. But I think it also had to do with culture. Like, all the Asians did math team, so if I didn't do Asian, I felt like a failed Asian. So I was always pissed off, and my dad also kind of wanted me to be in that. But since I grew up mostly with my mom, since my dad was working in Korea, I didn't understand some of the things that my mom did. I think she was, like, honestly, she was too caring. She got mad at me for buying a very expensive skirt because our family was poor. And then, what else did she do? But ever since I got married and I've kind of gone through the pregnancy and seen other people, like, child-wise, see how they grow their child, I was like, you know what? My mom wasn't that bad. And I think I would be like my mom if I also had a child. Because if I think of it nowadays, she kind of gave me the opportunity to do what I want and be supportive. And having a parent like that isn't easy. Because my mom follows, like I said earlier, follows all my YouTube channel. And normally I'd get embarrassed, right? But I think since I have a great relationship with my mom and I know that she's very supportive, I like that. And she gives me good feedbacks. And if I were young, I would have been like, Mom, you don't know anything. Why are you giving me feedbacks on my YouTube channel, right? But I like it. It's not bad. Like some of the ideas that she does, it's great. It just doesn't fit for me. Like the drama idea, I don't watch as much drama as my mom. So I tell her, Mom, you should write the script and I'll make the videos. Like I think that'll be a great way to start with. She kind of got lazy. She said, I'll think about it. Her nice way of saying, no thank you, right? Never saying no, but it definitely grew on me at one point. And I think for those getting old, it does kind of scare me that I am getting old, but it's also really nice to realize how nice of a mom I had. And I feel like if you ever think about it, of course there's gonna be those evil moms, and I don't want you guys to try to cooperate of having the idea of maybe my mom was nice being evil. Yeah, if you had a very bad mom, I'm very sorry. That really sucks. But one day in your life, especially I think when marriage happens and you get kids and everything, you start understanding the way that your moms and dads acted. And it's kind of scary, but also fulfilling. And it also gets you kind of like touched by her action and her attitude. So it's nice. It's very interesting moment. And I feel like you guys would be... It's something... I'm saying this because I feel like I have the right to say this. But once you get married, guys... I didn't want to say that once you get old, because definitely some of you guys are older than me. But I think once you get married, you start realizing that. Okay, so that being said, one of the things that I still think I regret of not helping out with my mom and my dad, because their marriage was kind of, they were stable, but they didn't realize how to talk with each other. And I felt that with Mia too. Of course, like I have funny stories with Mia, and people might think, oh my god, like my father-in-law still thinks to this day that we are like newlywed. But I've lived with Mia for such a long time that we're kind of like our marriage was kind of like a show, and it just feels like we were like kind of like it was just a show. We've been married for a while, so yeah. I feel like most kids that talk back to their parent never got the belt. I have fun stories about... I didn't get spanked. My dad could not spank me because he loved me. Because that's Korean dad for you guys. But yeah, you guys can get married. And I want you guys to get married because it teaches you a lot. Though it does depend on the wife. If they are very open like me, then they'll teach you a lot about marriage and kind of to look back and stuff. But yeah, me and I had a lot of conversations and like a lot of cries, a lot of screamings, a lot of right? But our relationship got definitely more stable these days. Of course, I kind of joke around being like, oh my god, you used to be so young and hot and now you're so old and fat. But yeah, so... And I feel like we knew we were gonna get married. But yeah, it's pretty funny. So, in terms of getting spanked, when I was a child, my mom spanked me. My dad couldn't spank me, but the only time my mom spanked me wasn't because I didn't get an A in my grade. She spanked me because I came home at 3 in the morning without telling my family. And the reason... She didn't even spank me. She grabbed me by my hair like this. Being like... Right? And the reason why was my dad was in the house around that time. It was during... Okay, so the behind story of why I was late was... That was the day I had a boyfriend. So I went on out for a drink with this guy, my ex-boyfriend, and we were like gonna get married, right? Or not married, sorry. We were gonna start dating, so we wanted to like drink and then have a talk and everything. So I got home at 3. I took the taxi. I was 21 at the age, but like I said, we have Asian parents. Asian parents, if I don't come home, they're just worried. There's no sleeping over at boyfriends. Be like, okay, no, nothing like that. So I got home at 3. My dad was so mad. He's like, what time is it? Like, you know, he was so mad, so angry. My mom knew my dad was so pissed off that he was like, he could not stop his anger. So what my mom did to stop my dad being that angry was just grab me by my hair like this, and be like, are you crazy for coming home that late? What do you think you are? Blah, blah, blah. Then my dad was like, stop. It's okay. It's okay. So my mom kind of did a show. Of course I did it again. My mom ended up saying, you know what? Do whatever you want and stuff, but I think she trusted me at the end because she met up with my... Oh, thank you. Hi, Sparta. She met up with my ex-boyfriend and got to know him, so she liked him, so it was okay, but... My mom broke a ping pong battle spanking me? Oh, really? Your message didn't show? Okay. Yeah, so I think spanking is necessary. Because, guys, nowadays, if you spank someone, it ends up being... They call the police on you, right? And it's like, a little bit of spanking I feel like is required because it really teaches you a lesson. Or else they won't learn. Like, you learn a lesson through pain. Thigh, where there's a lot of fat, it's okay because it doesn't hurt as much. So I would say maybe like minimum hand, but thigh, butt would be ideal, not face. My dad took it too far in my opinion, but I was dumb sometimes. Yeah. But what's interesting is yeah. What's interesting is when you guys were probably like that young of an age, you guys would not have realized why you guys spanking and would be kind of upset. But once you start getting older, you start to realize that why you deserve that spanking, right? There was only the one time when my mom got mad and I was just really upset, but my brother was the hero. So like our family was really close in some sort, in a way where we got each other's back. So since my dad had to work in Korea, my brother was kind of like the dad of the family, and I was so pissed off at him when I was young, being like, why are you being the dad of the family? And I got pissed off at him. But I think because of him, since I had like my brother just like in terms of education wise is like the ideal Asian like wannabe. Like, he didn't get into the Ivy League school. He did try, but I think the status of being an international kid kind of took him down, but we never know. So he graduated with definitely like a 4.0 math team. His name was in a plaque somewhere. Science Olympiad, always got first place, second place, blah blah blah. You know, he's like the nerd. And so he got into our school, and then he did a 2-year undergrad and 4-year pharmacy school where he got like one question wrong on his pharmacy, like PCAT인가? What is it called? PCAT? PSAT? the pharmacy SAT one. So he got into the 4-year school. He had a little trouble getting like hired at that time. But in terms of education, very ideal. So I think because of him, luckily, I was able to like go the right way. It is called PCAT, right? Okay, I was right. Yeah, like my brother is like the super smart. The only thing I won over him was the ability to dance and the ability to talk with other people without being socially awkward. So I got the playful trait where I could have been very like, you know, like, and the ability to drink well, because my brother had the heart issue. He can't drink as much, unlike me, who got wasted every time and come home puking. That's the only thing I had. I can drink well. I can drink well without my face color changing, so that I'm still proud of. Oh, PCATs are optional these days? Man, they got it so easy. Yeah, so I think I won. What happens if you found out he's actually living a double life? I mean, okay, so here's just a funny story. Like, my brother is a good dancer. Yeah, he is Mr. Ballrooms. But the only reason why he says that, he puts it in that way, is because when I see a dance, well, this was when I was young, but when I see a dance, I could fake it nicely. And so that's why I could do those dance videos, because I can learn a dance pretty easily. It took my brother a very long time. So we figured out he was doing ballroom dancing 2 years into his ballroom dances. He did not tell us for 2 years. We didn't even know where he was going. We only thought he was going out for like a chess club or something. He ended up doing ballroom dancing. So when he showed us, we were all shocked. And I think he enjoys that shock. He is such a surprise. I love surprises. So he did that for us. So not gonna lie, my dad was shocked, my mom was shocked, and I was shocked. Because my mom and I saw the first dance where he was like, you should come here. I was like, okay. It was like, Mom, bro said to come here. We went there. And he was like dancing. I was like, what is that kid doing? He saw too much K-dramas. Those weird K-dramas where the guy turns out to be something doing crazy stuff as a surprise. Yeah. He learned these things in a wrong way. That's why I joke around with him. But I think because of my brother, I was kind of guided to the nice direction. I could have been in the bad. Of course, I've done other bad things in college, but it didn't turn out that bad because I went to grad school. I got an offer at a good company, but I kind of gave up work, and I was like, I'm going to Korea, F you, man, right? So I'm not that much of a failure, but I think it's great that we had each other's back and had that support. So I would guess a lot of people would envy. Yeah, gangster Jinri was avoided. You're not a failure. Yeah, nowadays I don't think I'm a failure. Okay. I love my life. I mean, like, even this YouTube things, what amazes me, this might sound like bragging to you guys, but what really amazes me is the ability to have all these equipments because of you guys. I wouldn't have had like my camera. I'm looking like an e-girl, right? That's stunning. Half of Twitch chat does not look like an e-girl. I do. I have my own streaming room. I have this. It's amazing. And what's really cool is that when I talk to people about my job that are actually interested in this job field, I can give them a great insight. It might also be that we've done a lot of analyzing stream business wise, so I can kind of tell them, this is what I do, this is what, and then kind of give it at a business 뭐냐? Thank you, Spatula, for tier 1 sub. Hello, you seem new. Hey, we got another OG interested. See, I told you I attract these elders somehow. They just sub to me. They like my conversation. Anyways, where were we going with this story? what's I gonna go with this? Oh, my thing is coming into 1. Okay. But yeah. But I can talk in a business standpoint when it comes to streaming, which is pretty cool. And I feel like it's something that's hard. And what I try to do when I talk in this is talk mostly for myself, because every streamer has a different point of view when they stream. So I don't try to brag about it. I realize that happens a lot, especially with those who are very successful, is that they're like, oh, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do this, blah blah blah. But I'm like, you know, give it a try. You'll learn from your mistakes, and it could work. Like, this field is so open and broad that it's still technically considered a blue ocean. You might think that what I really liked about reading in this Naver blog book that I started reading, the Korean book, I see why people read book. They give you so many insights. Is that he actually considers this field to be still blue ocean because no one does it consistently. You know how jobs, people do it for like 5 and 10 years, and that's when you start masterizing this job field? Like, a certain job field, like, you can't talk about your industry unless you work there for 5 years. If someone worked there for 1 or 2 years, you can't, like, that person isn't considered professional. Is that the word I'm looking for? Yeah, it's true. Even 5 to 10 years isn't considered like you know your job. How many of you guys, raise your hand, knows exactly how your job works and what it does to the company and how well your company goes off of from your work, right? So, and honestly, this job, of course, I kind of like moved on to being more of a YouTuber than a streamer because I feel like YouTubing works better for me in terms of my my life and career, since, as you guys know, I cannot stream for more than 10 like 4 hours is my max period, and you know how you're not supposed to be streaming this little. So yeah, assuming I have a job. Yeah, I know I'm too efficient to replace easily. Oh, I mean, if you think you know your job well, it's great. It's great that you know your job well, but I feel like it does take a while. You're gone. But anyways, that's kind of like my glimpse of today's life story. I'll keep my tomorrow's story separately, but you know your job better than your supervisor? That's great. That's great, you do. Today I was actually going to study feminism. The reason why is, I'll be honest with you guys, I'm very against feminism, and I gotta figure out, if I'm gonna be against it, I feel like I need to understand the why, the for feminism route. And the reason why is I've been reading the recent issue going on in Korea, and I told you guys about it, right? I told you that there is the radical feminist who does this hand gesture, and it is pretty interesting. It is pretty interesting that that's happening. So I know you guys are mentioning there is a real feminism versus fake feminism, but I don't know the difference. So I want to look into it. So I thought it'd be nice for you guys, for my guys, to look into it too. Because how many of you think you guys know it so well? How many guys actually read articles related to this, and can say, you know, I can state exactly what each sides are doing it. Oh. Right? Korean extreme feminist? Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually with you guys. I just know a little, right? I just know definitely what the radical feminist wants. They just kind of want female superiority. And then there's definitely the difference. Some of them actually call it the equalism. So has it gotten any easier to explain? I normally talk about my job as a YouTube reactor YouTuber, which is so much easier than like whole this streaming thing. So it's like semi gave up in that, yeah. So I read up on, oh actually that's me too, so yeah. So why don't we, I was thinking of spending a great maybe like a couple of hours on it. I don't know if I want to do it today because I have the whole house to clean, but maybe we'll do it today. I'm kind of lazy. Today is a very lazy day for me, and I saw my house and it was like a total disaster, so I was like, maybe I should do a cleaning stream instead of doing a PC stream. But I'll kind of stream offline. I'll clean offline, but my desk is a total mess. You guys would be shocked, be like, Jinri, you are so disgusting. Yeah. Have you ever read a Wikipedia article in English and Korean and see how many differences there are? Yeah, there is actually a complete difference because in Korea we don't use Wikipedia. We use Namuwiki, which is what kind of like English one, but it's not. It's Koreans made it separately. So yeah, why don't we expand our knowledge? Just on Wikipedia, I haven't read the Korean ones. I don't want to read the Korean ones. Kinda. I don't know why. So for the starters of why I got interested in this topic, and I like having these kind of type of conversations. And of course there's multiple feminism out there. And what got me interested in was one, right now there is a very interesting situation happening in Korea, as you guys know. And it's pretty cool. It's for those who haven't read the Korean news lately, there, as you guys know, who knows Maple Story? You guys all know Maple Story, right? A Korean game. So there was this animation company who helped out with some parts of the Maple Story. They had a recent update on a new character, so they have some like K-pop idol style things. And you know, there were a couple of points in the animation video that they were like, "Ooh, this is kind of weird," right? Because in Korea, the radical feminist has, which is called Begal. There is a community called Begal. Actually, they have a full name. I don't exactly know the full name, but they are, I don't even know if I should even call them feminists, right? They just hate guys. They hate guys, period. I want to tell you how extreme they were. There were pictures of this, I'm guessing a girl or guy, this person who had a knife in front of her dad while he was sleeping, saying, "Should I kill him?" Those type of posts. There were also posts saying they are feminazis, where they support the Nazis, but then the, you know, instead of the Jews being that, it should be the guys that they should be killing. They also had a situation with some child one. I'm not actually exactly sure with that situation, but I think there was some like child rape going on with the feminists too. Because it was a guy, they wanted to say, "I don't like you." And hello, Aussie. And they made fun of all those who have supported Korea, all those guys who have tried to break free from Japan, those historical people who were guys. They would make faces, they would draw things on their faces and say, you guys suck. Some very negative, shocking things, and like make fun of their names, etc. So they're pretty sickening people. And what's kind of funny is, you know how Nazis had I think they had some like saying. They had like, we Nazi blah 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 had a say. So some girl translated that into English. Well, we don't know if it's a girl. Some person translated that to English or Korean and then changed up the words, saying that we are the Femi-Nazis. And has made a Nazi flag using the girl's symbol. It gets very interesting. So we're just gonna end there. I was reading about it. I was like, okay, we're gonna like zoom. It was just really sickening, guys. Just the fact that they were doing this. So one of the symbols, you know how Nazi has symbols, right? They had the Nazi symbol, and I'm not exactly sure, but I read somewhere where it looks kind of like the Buddhist symbol, but like diamond version, right? So some can be a obnoxious one where they're saying that they're supporting. Was it backwards? Okay, like so this is right? Rotated, because like the Buddhist is in a square, but the Nazi is in like a diamond shape, right? So it gets crazy, right? And they kind of joke around. The Nazis joke around saying, it's just the Buddha symbol, right? So, going back to the Korean, I don't even know if you should call it radical feminists, but those type of people, is that they also have a gesture / a symbol that defines them. And it's a hand gesture. And it gets very hard to identify, where it's actually, I'm gonna do it, but I'm not supporting, but I don't want to like, should I just show it to you guys on stream? That's true. So it looks like this. It looks like this. Oh, it is Megalian. We support your change. Right? And then so this is kind of a thing. This is where it started, is just a tiny PP sign. Right? And here it says kimchi-nam, which is a way to annoy the Korean guys, and saying that their PP is 6.9 centimeters, and saying they burst in 3 seconds. And that like they have such a small PP. So that's a symbol, okay? And you have to kind of identify that symbol, because it gets really hard. It's a very hard thing to identify, since when you stand naturally, your hand gesture kind of becomes that. Try doing it, guys. When you just when you put your hands down, how does your hand look like, right? Kind of look at your hand when you do that. So, it's hard. They call it they call this a crab hand, because it kind of looks like a crab, you know, like, you know, this, but then it's the other 2 fingers. So, going back to the Maple story, they had that game out, and the designer for the company posted on Twitter. Twitter is the biggest issue, guys. That Twitter, she posted on her own Twitter saying, I don't even know how they found it, being like, you know, all these guys annoy the crap out of me, trying to ruin my stuff, blah blah blah. I'm going to secretly show it. And I mentioned this earlier on stream, or a couple of days ago, but that's what she wrote. She was like, I'm gonna secretly somehow show these symbols. And so what Korean Maple Story netizen, like, people did was they went through the whole game and looked up all the symbols, and there were dozens and dozens and dozens and lots and lots and lots. Some of them you guys can kind of say, are you sure of this one? We're not sure. But any type of those symbols, they found a lot a lot of signs. And not only, what was kind of creepy was that it wasn't just from that company, but also inside the game company itself. The designers in the game company had put the symbols. So now we're like, oh my god, is this just a Maple story? No. Everyone looked up their own games because this company was kind of like a mid-sized big company where they worked with other gaming companies. So they got not only Maple Story, they had Dungeon and Fighter, they actually had Lost Ark. Lost Ark had some. You know, they looked up a couple and they could find it. Like, for example, the recent raid that came out in Lost Ark, he was holding a sword, right? But the way that he held the sword was in a very interesting way. And so how people try to identify was that, is this a natural hand gesture that this person does or not? So then all of a sudden the community got hot. We gathered into one. There was a point where these people went in front of Maple Story and said, we are very upset that you guys are trying to like make us think that we're doing these action and blah blah blah. So they were doing a riot, but they wouldn't allow people to interview, which was kind of ironic because they actually brought in a couple of the news people, reporters, but they said, we don't take questions, we just want you to write exactly what you guys want us to say. So it kind of got into a huge fight and argument and making fake news and everything. So I got kind of interested because I've been interested in this so-called feminism, at least in Korea and US, because what's funny was that technically Koreans say that the feminism started in US and then it moved to Japan. It hit Japan once, so there was a point where a lot of the Japanese girls started kind of saying, we don't like how the guys act and blah blah blah. And then they started being in like the short haircuts and everything. And then it moved to Korea where they realized that we're not getting proper actions. There's the income difference, there's blah blah blah. But what I realized is at one point you get to wonder, do they have the data? Like I said, I am a data freak. I know I'm saying I'm not a nerd, but I'm still a nerd, right? I tried to look up the data one day in terms of like the income, but as you guys know, income is a very risky topic to touch upon. And I actually had a friend who said she was a feminist, which was pretty interesting. We had a conversation, right? And I wanted to say, what made you, being Jinri, I'm very curious of everything. I asked her, what made you wanna go to that route? And she said, I realized that there's lots of hidden cameras inside the girls' bathroom because that's what guys like to do. And I was like, okay, do you have evidence? And she's like, yeah, there's news on it. Well, it turns out to be there was you know how there is actually a girls like supporting type of thing, government related stuff in Korea. They actually did a research on how many video, like small cameras they found in the girls' bathroom, and it happened to be like 0.0001% out of all the places. So the odds are very low, but they somehow had this idea. So I was thinking very hard, being like, I wonder what made them into having these thoughts. And they also preached this movie called born in 82. Her name is Kim Ji-young, and I haven't read the book yet, but it's supposed to be a fiction novel that that they talk about how the people born in 1982 had dealt with. So it's a very interesting novel. It talks about the marriage issue and then how the dads always bought. A lot of review on people who actually read it were saying that, you know, it seems like all the bad thing is happening to her in one day, and there's nothing that happens good. So it's a very interesting place, I think, to talk about, to touch upon. And you know what? I feel like some people might say Korean, the radical feminists are kind of crazy, but I feel like that might have happened also in US. So I wanted to touch upon it, because my friend also said the same thing, being like, you know what, real feminism isn't what the Koreans are supporting. Real feminism isn't different. So I was like, okay, well, maybe I've only read the Korean news and I haven't figured out what the real feminism is. Maybe it's something that I should be supporting as a female who's getting older. I might have felt something. I haven't felt anything related to that though while growing up, but I thought it'd be fun to look into, and it'd be fun to look into it with you guys and hear guys' opinion too, because we just won't want to hear one side of it. So I was like, let's look into that with chat one day. So I guess that's gonna be today. Well, I guess the biggest point that it seems that Extended wanted to point out was, it seems that different eras... Oh, thank you, Natsu. Were you hearing my voice kind of crack? And when we're gonna be talking about this, I think the biggest thing for chat to be doing is to be very, very, very using logic on a lot of situation, because I feel like at some point it could be touchy to guys, because I feel like definitely in some group in the feminist just hates guys, which is kind of unfortunate. So it's like, what guys do? So let's look into it. Why not? Let's be crazy people and say we're gonna do that. Let's see how bad it gets, or let's see how maybe it's actually good for me and I should be supporting it, right? So there are different side groups using the terms. So where should... Yeah, let's go from the very beginning. You know, as being a learning streamer, we're gonna go from the very, very beginning. There's like 4 waves. Oops. Gonna take a while. I mean, but we should, right? Okay, so let's start from the very beginning, starting from Oxford Language Dictionary. So they're saying, oh, that's what Oxford is. So in the Oxford Languages Dictionary, they say feminism. Feminism, noun is feminism. The advocacy of women's right on the basis of equality of sexes is the word feminism. It seems that this word started getting hot maybe around 19... This is interesting. What's the red one and the blue one? Oh, lowercase versus uppercase. So back, it wasn't that popular. I'm guessing this is like searched terms or the book terms, but then once it hits maybe 1980, it started getting popular until US probably hit around 2000, and then it seems like it dropped back in 2015. but it's starting to go up. So if I were a stock streamer, I would be investing in the feminism stock. The graph looks nice, right? It's gonna go up. Oh, you guys don't see the graph right now. Sorry, guys. I like am hiding you guys. So it's a perfect time for investment, by the way. If anyone wants to invest in this coin or invest in this field, it's about to go up. So this is, I didn't actually know it. I think it started maybe around like 2020. It got popular and then it dropped and then it got really popular and then it's dropping again. And then it's gonna go up. So let's look at the International Women's Development Agency. This seems like a legit site, guys, right? Can someone check the site for this? You'd also have to consider the backdrop of capitalism for some of this. What does that mean? Is that scary? Everyone was busy trying not to starve. Okay, so IWDA is a proudly feminist organism. And we exist to advance and protect the right of diverse women and girls. So their vision is gender equality. They're working. We're not the only international development organizing tackle, but we are the only one doing it through a specifically feminist lenses. Did I say organ? What? Did it? What? Well, did you? Organization. Why did I say organism? Organism. 어디서 나온 거야? Organization. Sorry. I probably saw the S and just ended here. Okay, so they're not but they go through a specific feminist lens. Means millions things to a million people. We're not in the business of defining the exact term of anyone else's feminism, but we want to clear the basic. Okay. So feminism is about all genders having equal rights and opportunity. So they support the equal rights and opportunity. It's about respecting diverse women's experience, identities, knowledge, and strength, and striving to empower all women to realize their full rights. It's about leveling the playing field between genders and ensuring that diverse women and girls have the same opportunity available to boys and men. Okay. Where does intersectionality come into? Inclusivity is a core part. What is intersectional feminism? So this isn't new. It seems that it has been recently taken up, but this can be complicated, but it really just about acknowledging the interplay between gender and other form of discrimination like race, age, class, societal economic status, physical or mental ability, gender or sexual identity, religion, and ethnicity. So, barrier faced by middle-class women in Melbourne are not the same as those living in rural. 뭔가 honestly, I don't understand this link at all. I'm not exactly sure what they're trying to handle. But let's look into it more. Maybe I'm not finding the right location. Why they are doing this? I mean, honestly speaking, this is just kind of like it doesn't convince me. So they are supporting the equal rights. Well, what diverse things do they have? Yeah, should we start from Wikipedia? Oh, that was Australian? Oh, nice. Let's start here then. So this should be more in depth. Look how long this is, guys. We can go through this. Okay, so range of socio-political movements and ideologies that aim to define and establish the political, economic, personal, and social equality of the sexes. Feminism holds the positive that society prioritizes the male point of view and that women are treated unjustly in these societies. Efforts to change this includes fighting against gender stereotypes and improving educational, professional, and interpersonal opportunities and outcome for women. So one thing I have a question here is if they're fighting against gender stereotypes for women, why don't they do the opposite? If they're doing it for equality of both genders, aren't there also gender stereotypes for guys? And shouldn't they also be doing it for both? Originating in late 18th century Europe, it actually started in Europe. I didn't know that. So it kind of went around in a circle, guys. They do. So they do fight for men. Okay. Feminist movements have campaigned. 잠깐만. Hey. Oh, really? Oh, okay. So let's look into it. So feminist movements have campaigned and continue to campaign for women's right, including the right to vote. 그치, I remember this. Earn equal pay, own property, receive education, enter into contract, and have equal rights within marriage, and maternity leave. They also work to ensure access to contraception, birth control, legal abortion, and social integration, and to protect women and girls from sexual assault, sexual harassment, and domestic violence. Very important. Changes in female dress standards and acceptable physical activities for females. 그치. We're just reading about it. A lot of people 과연 누굴까? Okay, so many scholars consider feminist campaign to be a main force behind major historical societal changes for women's rights, particularly in the Western. Guys, I'm reading it, but my voice hurts, so I'm not gonna read out everything. But mainly focused on women's rights. Some feminists argue for the inclusion of men's liberation within its aim, but they believe that men are also harmed by traditional gender roles. As all their theory, which emerged from feminist movement, aimed to understand the nature of gender inequality by examining women's social role and lived experiences. Develop theories in a variety of disciplines in order to respond to issues concerning gender. So their theory is to basically have gender equality on both gender. So the movements have developed over the years, representing different viewpoints and political aims. Traditionally, since 19th century, first wave liberal feminism. So this was the first wave. I love how they call it a wave. Which sought political and legal equality through reform with a liberal democratic framework. Was contrast with labor-based. Okay, 어려워 벌써부터. Proletarian? What is proletarian? So labor, right? Social class of wage earners. Women's movement that over time developed in socialist and Marxist feminism based on class struggle theory. Since the 1960s, both of these traditions are also contrast with the radical feminism that arose from the radical wing of second wave feminism. What is socialist and Marxist? Wow. Okay, so Marxist feminism is a Marxist theory. So women are exploited through capitalism and individual ownership of private property. So they have a traditional Marxist analysis by applying it to an unpaid domestic labor and sex relation. So this is actually a political philosophy about income이요? We What did you miss? Me just having my brain explode? Let's just go back to let's go history. So this is this is the 와 근데 뭐 이렇게 많아? 되게 많다. So since the late 20s, many new forms of feminism happened. So there's white feminism, gender critical feminism. Only 뭐야 또? And then there's the criticism multicultural forms of feminism such as black feminism and this is what we talked about. So some feminists have argued that feminism often promotes misandry. 이게 misandry구나. And the elevation of women's interests above men's, and criticize radical feminist position as harmful to both men and women. 그치. Why do you think misandry happened to some feminists if they were initially trying to support the equal rights? So Mary Wollstonecraft are the founders back in 1792. Well, who was a British writer. She argued that class and private property are the basis of discrimination against women, and that women as much as men needed equal rights. That's true. This is 1790, right? Oh, there's a simple Wikipedia? Why didn't you tell me this earlier? It might help to just dig into studies. Yeah, we need to just do the studies, I guess. Second wave added gender roles, gender norms, and the inequalities those cause. Some people want to make conditions better for everyone and just... Ah. Okay, this is a short form. Hallelujah. 아, 나 진짜 너무 힘들었어. Okay, so the word came from a French word. Where it's a medical term used to describe masculine women or men with feminized trait. Ah, really? And it became popular in US. So technically, the word feminism, although can be supported differently, the word itself means a group of women who asserted the uniqueness of women. So then it started with the idea that human rights should be given to women. This idea was put forward by some philosophers in the 18th and 19th centuries, such as Mary Wollstonecraft and John Stuart Mill. Oh, even a guy was this. Later, feminists in the early 20th century also said that women should be allowed to vote in a democracy. Many women felt very strongly that they should be allowed to vote, and there were many protests. These women were called suffragettes? How do you pronounce this? Suffragettes. This is because they were fighting for universal suffrage. So suffrage시구나, which means everyone is able to vote. 그치? They staged many protests for their rights. Some women committed suicide to show how wrong it was that they could not take parts in politics. 에? 진짜? After women received the vote, feminism worked to make all of society more equal for women. So they're generally acknowledged to have waves as different time periods focused on different aspects of feminism, often working off the idea presented by the wave before. 이거 되게 신기한 것 같아. This is very unique. So in terms, first wave could be dated earlier to include pre-19th century women's rights movement. In particular, the French Revolution in 1789 is often attributed as the beginning of the first demand of women's rights. So that's when Mary came into play. And she wrote a book on it, 1792. And this is what, in France? Oh, my stomach's growling. I hope you guys didn't hear it. Mmm. 19th Amendment was females can vote, right? First wave feminist is usually dated as occurring between the mid to late 19th century and early 1900s. During the first wave, women began to realize that they must first gain political power before they could bring about social changes. This wave focused on gaining the right to vote. Later, the focus shifted to include sexual, economic, and reproductive concerns. Reproductive concerns. The name kind of sounds interesting. During the interwar year, the feminist movement declined. Anti-feminism was on the rise, focusing on the issue of women and work. Women were being persuaded to return to their traditional roles in the house and give up their war jobs. There were also issues within the organized ranks of feminism itself. The ideology and priorities of certain groups were changing. Some felt that equality with men had been reached and shifted their focus onto the needs of women as women, such as subjects of birth control, family allowance, and protective legislature. This caused the split into the dominant groups of equality feminism and new feminism. New feminists focus on the role of traditional women in the home as mothers. Equality feminists encourage women to look beyond the home and fought for equality with men in every aspect of life. Equality feminisms oppose protective legislators such as maternity leave. Opposed protective legislature such as opposed? Why would they oppose the maternity leave? Purely on principle? What? Is this supposed to be maternity? Ah, so they don't want the moms losing their jobs? So they hate the name maternity leave. They just don't like the name maternity leave, is what it's saying. The topic of protective legislature even led to the divide of first wave feminism. Mid-class feminists tend to oppose. So the protective legislature is the maternity leave part. So isn't maternity leave technically saying you leave for birth but you come back? 그게 그거 아닌가? So they wanted to change it to parental leave now, I guess. The topic of so that was the first wave. So the first wave dealt with voting rights and having some type of power in the political region. And then having some rights for working. As in, hey, why do we have to leave if we get pregnant? Right? That's the first wave. Six-week leave. At the time, then the equality meant that women shouldn't have extra right that men didn't. So the first wave of feminists could be, well, I read the first wave. So the second wave was the rise of political concern. Where if the first wave was dealing with the workforce, as well as the right to own property and vote, the second wave was the liberation from the patriarchal society. Is that right? Am I pronouncing it right? So this is the patriarchal society. The key to second wave feminism was the struggle over the female body itself, how it was represented, and the significance attached to the reality of biological difference. One is not born, but rather becomes a woman. Well, the famous one is not born, but so this is saying you're not born to be a woman, but you say you're a woman? You thinking on the way gender was perceived as a construction rather than something inherited. So the second wave identifies that you're born to be whatever you want to be. Is the second one. 그럴 수 있지. So second wave feminism was also characterized by the problematization of equality. So questions arose about what gaining equality would achieve due to the societal roles men and women were still expected to fill. This led to call for extreme changes in order to revolutionize the very fabric of a 야씨. 뭔 소리야? 뭔 소리? I think I'm stupid, guys. 이해를 못했어. So the patriarchal society means the main of the family, I think. 뭐라고 해야 되지? 가장이 영어로 뭐지? 뭐 그거겠지? So they don't want to be under. So they are going against the fact that men is the leader of the family, it seems. Because you know how men used to be taking care of the whole family. And the fact that we are not born to be a female, but we actually have the choice of declaring to become a woman or not. Is that correct? Is that what I'm getting for the second wave? 그러면 my question is, correct me if I'm wrong for those who are Christian. In the Bible, don't they say that they are born to become like male and female? So they're kind of against the Bible. Is that a guess that I can make? My grandma was a housewife. My mom was a secretary. My sisters are higher up than my mom. What does that mean? But is being a housewife that bad? I feel like housewife has low. I guess the society made housewives such a bad views. So the third wave, which is 1990s to present, but then there was a fourth wave in 2008. So they generally describe as the feminism of a younger generation who acknowledge both the effects and limitations of the ideologies presented by second wave feminism. This new generation argues that the conditions which prompt second wave feminism no longer exist, therefore needs a revamping in order to be applicable to modern day. So they say this doesn't exist. Good. So they're giving you more choices to have in the housing, it seems like. It seems like that's what's happening. So this new generation argues that the condition does not exist, so that they are... it also argues that the second wave feminists cater too much to a small group of people, namely white middle-class heterosexual women. 와, 얘가 여기서 그냥 이렇게 또 퍼졌네. Wow, so it's... So the third wave feminists largely seem to have grown up with feminism as a strong concept in society, thus influencing them from a young age. It is taught in schools and is also prominent in the media. Third wave feminist largely focuses on issues surrounding individual self-expression. This includes how identity is formed and communicated through things such as appearance, sexuality, and intersection. 나 이게 뭔지 모르겠어. Intersectionality. Third wave feminism was also created in order to include a larger group of people from different cultural background, religion, sexuality. So this became more like updated form. 나는 사실 actually I still don't understand the second wave. It seems so you guys are saying this whole thing means that they are given more choices of work. Dude, my English sucked. Oh. 그러게, who makes these formal waves too? 그것도 되게 신기하다. But you can see that it's also not like 100% that it actually varies depending on the online text, it seems like. So the second rule was fighting for more choices. Oh, in the working field, working industry. 그래? So maybe they needed more description here. It doesn't really... Because I felt like that was happening more in the first wave. Right? So the fourth wave is saying that... Some say that fourth wave is already upon us, prompted by the increase in internet culture. The wave is similar to the third wave, but is distinguished by more advanced technology and broader idea of equality. So I guess it's being more technical these days. The wave stands more in solidarity with other social justice movements. Fourth wave feminism use the internet and it's called out culture to change misogyny and sexism in popular media, such as television, literature, and advertising. So they just wanted to point out the fourth wave is, I guess, similar to third wave, but it's being more open about it. I guess it's more calling out. This has caused companies to change how they market to women in order to avoid being called out. So I guess the great example for this one I still remember was the Victoria's Secret undies. So another part of fourth wave feminism is the existence of people who reject the word feminism because of assumptions of gender binary and exclusionary subtitle for women only. So in 21st century online communities, support groups focused on masculinism discourse as a counterpart to online presence of female feminism is known as a manosphere. 이런 것도 생겼구나. So these kind of things happen. So it shows historical, those who has been in politics. It seems that there are a couple in the modern time. There are liberal feminists. So these are also the different types of feminism이구나. What happened? Why do you think this many feminism happened? So the liberal feminism drew its strength from the diversity of liberal thoughts followed the Enlightenment. The basis of liberal feminism is the emphasis on the power of the individual. Emphasis on the power of individual. If everyone individually stands up for what is right, discriminatory practices will change. Liberals change societal norms and lack of considering societal factors and humanity concerns. Liberal feminism acknowledges and supports individual choices and preferences that are considered a traditional gender placement. Home and workplace. If they're voluntary choice with a how do you pronounce this? So the liberal feminism is the most normal? As a shorter description? So there's a separate description. 와, 진짜 뭐가 되게 많은데? 와. Okay, so the second wave is actually sexuality, family, domesticity, the workplace, reproductive rights, de facto inequalities, and official legal inequalities is the main one. And it's a movement that was focused on critiquing 아씨, 왜 이렇게 큰 단어들 많이 써? Why are they using such a big word? Attention to the issue of domestic violence and marital rape. Oh, not martial, sorry. marital rape. marital rape도 있구나. Created a rape crisis center and women's shelter. Oh, sorry. Sorry. So it wasn't a crime. marital rape이라는 것도 있구나. So the idea of liberal feminism worked towards the idea of women's equality with that of men because liberal feminists felt that women and men have the same intrinsic capabilities and that society has socialized certain skills out. Thank you, Dia, for the tier 1 sub. Thank you. 감사합니다. Oh. And so then the second wave ignored the difference in the women itself. The example of black women of color would experience sexism differently from white women. So then the second wave actually ended in 1980s with the feminist sex war. 뭐야 또 진짜 뭔가 많네. Where are we now? 잠깐만. 얘를 읽고. 잠깐만. Let's go back. 얘는 오케이. 그러면 liberal feminism은 뭐야? So if everyone individually stands up, so this is saying this is focused on individual women, individual power. 얘가 정확히 뭐야? Individually stands up for what is right. Discriminatory practices will change. So if they societal norms and lack of considering societal factors and humanity concerns. The liberal feminists acknowledge and support individual choices. That are considered as traditional gender placement. 이런 것도 있구나. And then the societal, or this is the one that we saw earlier, are similar because they're feministo. They're similar because they're feministo. Is revolution is the answer to change. Revolution is the answer to change. They both link societal conditions with capitalism and believe that overthrowing the current system is the only way to get what you want. Men are necessary as part of the movement for change, whatever the theory. They have never had women in major government posts. Achieved ministerial position and democracy does not always line up with what the regime do in practice. Equality. Oh, thank you. What's the fifth wave then? Change people's mind to change societies. Kick out the people who don't agree with you. So that's the Marxist feminism, it seems. And then the liberal is you do you, but I'ma support this type of deal. 뭐가 맞나? But I guess this is saying if we have enough voices, it'll be heard. It'll be acknowledged. Nah, man. Radical feminism, particularly in the US, developed from the civil rights and new left clusters. Radical feminists were largely fed up with the male-dominant left-wing radicalism and formed the women's liberation movement. This movement was formed in order to create women-centered politics and to escape from male-oriented politics. They believe this could only be done in a safe, women-only space. Oh. This led the policy of separatism, from which radical feminists is best known for. Radical feminists are often misunderstood and seen as men-hating because of the way they woman-oriented politics seem to reject male inputs. So this is actually just saying I don't see the difference. The fifth wave is when women take control of everything. And you guys want to stay at home with kids? Liberal has changed people's mind? 도대체 어디에 이렇게 써 있는지도 모르겠어. What I find it interesting is I lost my lack of understanding English, because to me it just liberal feminist wasn't what you're saying extended. It doesn't seem like that's what it's saying, but maybe it has more in a different sources. 나도 사실 I don't see how 이거 그러면 I mean, I thought this was more like, you know, we'll let you think, but if we have enough people, it'll end up changing. But I guess they also want to change other people's mind? I feel like it's being added. You're like adding stuff in that's not there, so then I'm like, oh. So maybe it needs more work on it? So then it feels like this is a development to the radical feminist. This, to an extreme, is the radical feminist. So then split men's future is if this continues. If you support radical feminism, then you will get to stay home with kids while women has control over everything. So then maybe if they do more of the political issues, then they might also kill the roaches. So you should support radical feminists then. There's the evangelical feminism. 아, 이것도 Christian feminism도 있구나. 오. For the religious movement. 그치. Work to protect and spiritually reform those who need it, such as women and children from outside the church. These feminists believe that everyone is equal under one God and strive to bring the equality to the church and their individual lives. Not every idea is a good idea. Evangelical, yeah, thank you. So, what are some things inside the religious Christian books that states inequality between men and women. You should work together. Why work separately? Similarities between the sexes is on the basis that men and women's ability are indistinguished. Oh. While the differences between men and women complement each other, rather than one sex biology causing a superiority over the other. Recognizes the different strengths and roles given to men and women. New feminism. 아니, they should change the name to something else than new. This will be old one day, right? Advocate for equality in how men and women are treated in their individual roles in society. Its basic concept is the emphasis placed on important differences between biological and the cultural. So women should be supported as child bearer both economically and culturally, but this should not be a role that is forced upon them. The main aim is to emphasize the importance of women and men as individuals, and that in all senses they should be equal despite their despite their natural difference. 이런 것도 있구나. And then the global feminist thoughts. 뭐 이렇게 졸라 많아. So women are impacted in different communities around the world and have common problems they face on a day-to-day basis, usually at home or in a workforce. Although different cultural locations have different experiences that will shape their experiences and perceptions, they have common themes. So they're globally, they can still continue to think of one. To focus on nationality, and they reach out to help those in developing it. The global feminists actually help the third world countries, as well as address oppressions created through historical colonialism and imperialism. The work is to end capitalism, imperialism, sexism, and racism, along with having everyone considered equal on a global view. Encourages feminists to confront the problems they are facing and reach out for help. If you know, like traditionally women are not past. 그렇게도 있네. Along with most society, most feminists have rejected Christianity. I can see why they would reject Christianity though. If during the second wave, right? On the pastor, so now women can be pastors. But in the Bible, they do have the gender lock, I feel like, inside the Bible, but 그러네. So the lean in feminism, 진짜 많아. Approach where women act and behave in a toxic manner and justify their actions by messages and behave the same way. 이거구나. This is negative idea of empowerment seen in social movement. Women are unimpeachable and immune to feminist critiques simply by virtue of the fact that they have achieved such high position. People of this approach from supportive. They often clock themselves with publicity stunts of advocating for all women in order to maintain their... What is hegemony? Hegemony? 주도권. Oh, you don't... There's also this type of... So I feel like some feminists would hate others feminists. Right, guys? And then there's the anti-feminist. They argue, for example, that the feminism often promotes misandry and the elevation of women's interests above men. Criticize radical feminist positions as harmful to both men and women. And so they argue that the term anti-feminist is used to silence academic debates by defacting of feminism. So actually, misandry isn't, at least in this article, isn't actually considered feminism. They don't even think that the radical feminism isn't misandry. It's branch of feminism that rejects language and cultural practice. That rejects languages and cultural practices using defined body and gender? 뭔 소리야 이건? They accept identity of a person with openness and of accepting identity chosen. So this is accepting identity of a person with open of who they get to choose. Oh. So people do not like feminism because they think that women are already equal or important in the eye of the law. Philoandrists often say the society in general is not equal for men. 이런 단어도 있어? And a version of that is what women experiences. Critics say basic tenets like equity and equality in outcomes is a striving factor among men, and it is with women. Some say this is reflected in the child's custody and divorce. But then they're also saying this just to be the toxic side of things. Women not regarded as equal to... What is antithetical divide between women of different race? 이건 뭐야? Society for cutting out men? Opposite? Some people consider it denies strength. Whoa. So what of the 몇 개냐? Types of feminism? 둘, 넷, 여섯, 여덟, 열. What are you guys? Can I ask that? How about Korea though, local? Shouldn't women be forced to? I feel like in US, I feel like there are I feel like, you know, general principle of giving men and women a fair shake, but I don't know if I use the term feminist. 그러게. I like the first wave, I think. I would understand definitely in the first wave. And second wave, I could understand. It was still like kind of, some of them was kind of like, 이러면서? Shouldn't men do it voluntarily like women? But in Korea, we can't because we need people in the military since it is because of the situation with North Korea, right? Kind of avoiding, I feel like, military right now in Korea is inevitable. So that if it's currently inevitable, I feel like then both genders should go, right? That would be the counter argument. But I feel like that wouldn't make sense though. Like, men shouldn't. If something is inevitable, you have to think about it in terms of, well, with the current situation, what do we think about, right? So, I mean, it would be best if it's both voluntary for not just men, not just women, but also men. I feel like for military, but that's impossible right now in the current situation of Korea. The best thing is for North Korea and South Korea to be in equal terms, right? Hi, Dr. Fish. I'm gonna slowly read. If there were an army for women, they should be conscripted. But the army currently is for men right now. For men, currently is a army for men. Doesn't have to be military. Can be government service. Honestly, our military might make women sign up for. Are you Korean? When you say our, who's our? 잠깐만, you have to identify your not your ethnicity, because I don't know which military you're talking about, person. 아, 근데 참 어렵다. The equality. Sorry, I don't know why I keep wanting to say equality. Thank you, local, for changing it. Are just sensible. So probably most comparable to first wave, but most, if not all, waves are sensible. Like, there is a certain culture in the army which probably wouldn't be a good environment to force women into. Maxim stream? 아, 그런데? I mean, once women would be going into the army, then they would definitely keep a separate location. 아, 그러게. But then in the US Army, I think they don't identify them as men or women. They just are kind of put into one. Because my Fayed teacher was a woman who went to the army, and she would tell me all the stories. She went to the Midwest Asia, that place. 진짜 진리. What happened to your historical knowledge? It's like all to the trash right now. She was not the Vietnam. What's after that? she told us stories. No, she wasn't the Korean. Like Afghanistan. Yeah, is that even mid Asia? Afghanistan 어디지? And she would tell me stories about like she was put in with other guys, and then it ended up she told us like 19 plus stories because like they're all put into one, right? That is Asia, Middle East, 그치? 뱀둠은 뭐야? What is that fish? Our prime minister calls himself a feminist, but has treated all the women in his cabinet that have stood their group like shit. Yeah, I feel like some of them use this word in a bad political sense. A US military, they can't hit recruiting numbers, and part of it is how out of shape we are. Can you give me summary of feminism? No. Because I to this day still don't understand. I mean, so I think the main focus that they wanted to put into feminism that I read from is that they have 4 waves, right? And each wave basically is saying, hey, we practiced feminism this way at the first half, which makes sense because as time changed, the culture or the laws, everything has changed. So it does make sense of saying that there has been 4 waves. But to be honest, the first 2 wave was like, okay. But then once it got to the 3rd and the 4th wave, I was kind of like, okay, so what's the difference? Like, I don't still understand what they're fighting for. So, I got kind of lost in the 3rd and the 4th wave. And I feel like, to me, currently, the different feminism out there, I just feel like some of them, they put a name for to differentiate everyone, but I feel like some of them are just those who don't really, like, they understand what feminism are rooting for, but they have a different view on it. But the fact that they use the word feminism for every different views are kind of like, is that necessary, right? So, but Mello, I can give you that there is 10 different feminism out there that they practice. If you're a man, that government tracks you in case they want to bring you back. Selective service. Grenada. You're female domination? 나 싫어. I want male domination so I can just be home. I mean, I'm already home too. I want male domination with females power. So you guys technically do all the work, but I still have power. Just kidding. The more things advance, the smaller changes were fought for. Essentially, it does become messy. As someone who likes to organize, it is very messy. But I do. If I after reading it, I do understand the first wave, definitely. I think back in that era, women were definitely viewed as kind of like a doll for men, and I feel like everyone does agree on it, and it's great that these people were able to try to change that so that women can get the voting rights, though some of them too felt kind of more extreme when they did end up kind of committing suicide, because, you know, your life is very precious. So I think that was kind of like a little too much, because, for instance, there was a case in Korea where the taxi drivers ended up killing themselves because of Kakao Taxi, that because of them they were losing their jobs, so they wanted to show. But I think it was a little too much. There are healthier ways to protest, if you like. I wish everyone would treat their lives more valuable. Viewed like things you own? Viewed like things you own? 무슨 소리야? It's a kink? It's a kink? Oh yeah, there's 10 different feminism. So honestly, after reading it, can I say I just support the old feminists, the first wave? Half of second wave? Cause like, I didn't like this phrase. I don't really... 이거는 좀 kind of goes against my beliefs, so this was kind of like, and then actually, even if you guys explained well to me, some of you guys tried to explain it because you guys have more knowledge than me in terms of this, and I'm just kind of using this right now, right? 이것도 I was like, so I could see why the criticism. I was reading also the criticism, and it was nice that they try to incorporate both point of views. I could kind of understand the criticism, and I feel like at one point, of course there are things that still might need a change in some locations. I know definitely there's like places where they still believe of having multiple wives. You know, those type of things definitely need more of the help of, hey, give these girls some rights, right? Or some places where I read, do you guys remember that story where this girl got killed by her dad because she was doing TikTok, and she took off her hijab, I think? Those places I think definitely need, hey, you know, like give her some free time, you know, give her what she wants to do. There was a girl like that. She got, I don't know if it was killed, but you know, I think it was, yeah. So I see how it became, and I feel like some of the way that they describe other people's views, which makes sense. It means that a lot of people are thinking about this, but the fact that they put the word feminism on every single thing feels like they want to force it on you guys, which I don't like. And that's probably why I was kind of against this idea, because like honestly, feminism in the past is very important, and I'm thankful that they wanted to work very hard on our rights as a female, right? If it wasn't for that, I probably won't be able to stream now. I would be kind of sitting here being like, what should I do with my life as a housewife? And I've chosen to be a housewife plus, but I still wanted to work, so I'm just like semi-housewifey-ishy, you know, doing stream. And I consider this as a full-time job, even if I'm not getting the payment. I still think it's a very good job. But it seems that once you're kind of like, I was reading through some of the types and I was like, you know, I'm not this. I don't want to force it on other people. And if I got it correct from what Extended said, it seems that the liberal feminism was kind of like changing your ideas into going for the feminism. So that wasn't me. Like, I don't really see the point of it for the third and the fourth wave, so to me, like, not me. And then I read this one was like, holy cow, which kind of seemed too much. And then the radical feminist, I kind of couldn't find the difference of men hating, because if they believe that the politics should be oriented towards women, that kind of seemed a little too selfish to me. So I don't know if they're really often misunderstood, or maybe they I don't know. I feel like that needed a little change for me. The Christian feminism was kind of interesting because in the second wave, like I said, I feel like there's the importance of, the reason why they had the whole story with the this is where I keep forgetting every single thing that I remember. But yeah. The original form of feminism, good too. So like personally, if I had to choose out of the 10, I think for me it's kind of the new feminism, which is also a funny name, is that they end up kind of realizing that the biology between, because like I said, I'm very like evidence driven, and like girl biology and men biology is different. I've also been pregnant, so I kind of realized that there are things that I can do versus what I can't do, especially when I'm pregnant. Like me working during my pregnancy status, if they work, like you need to give them a big thing, like big thumbs up, because I could not work during my pregnancy, as you guys know. I was like, F you stream. I was too anxious, too antsy, too bitchy. Like I would have kicked F like all of you guys. Oh, I'm not pregnant anymore. I had a miscarriage in between, but during my time I had that mindset of that. So that's okay. So if I had to pick out of the 10, that would be me. But like I said, I just don't like the idea that it's okay to divide, but I feel like it's so messy that their original mindset of creating equal rights for both men and women has dispersed or is rarely shown. And that that's why a lot of people get confused of, you guys are just all radical, not even radical, but what, misandry? I think that's why people get that idea, and that's how it became. So for those who still support the original idea and what they wanted to achieve, I would feel really disappointed how it turned out for someone who's been supporting it with the original mind, but the society wasn't helping out. And it seems that like pretty much those who are supporting it these days kind of maybe have not looked in depth about it as much, or are using resources. Of course, I'm not saying Wikipedia for me even is a good resource, because it's, people can write it, people can change it, but some still do look at like other resources that doesn't have evidence to back them up. So it's crazy, but it was fun. It was really fun. I'm happy I actually got it to look into it. But yeah, in terms of my original thought process of Korea and America being different in terms of like feminism, I still think they're both the same. It's just that Koreans' current situation of feminism is the radical misandry type, but there are those who are still in the liberal feminism area, so I honestly think it's the same type of deal. We could definitely look into those who are the misandry part, but currently it's not the old. I see why Extended did emphasize on it depends on which era you're looking into. I would say starting from the third wave, I'm kind of lost. So, yeah, it was actually very important, but I still view it as, since there are 10 different feminism in US, there's also probably that diverse feminism in Korea, so it's still the same. I don't see a difference. So yeah. I know it's okay. Phone call is important, but it was a good time. It was a good time. So good luck to you guys. I hope you guys meet those who, even if they're supporting it, have a very, positive thoughts about this idea. Korea seems worse. I think the only reason Korea seems worse is they're practicing feminism mostly on the internet. So it's widely shown. And Koreans like to share a lot of information through internet. And that's where foreigners get to see it, like Reddit. So they think that Korea is extreme. But in reality, there are probably those who support feminism in US who do these type of things, the misandry type of deal. And they don't say that they're misandry, they say they're feminist. We're not sure. There's not exactly a straight line. We cannot, like we read in the lean in feminism, that they're hidden. They're hidden amongst other people. They often clock themselves, right? So it's not out there in the internet world, but there are definitely those who are doing it, right? So have you found the article about women who started an all-female company? I do not want to read about it. And actually, but that'll be actually interesting. But what's kind of funny was there was actually a Korean girl interviewing, and she actually emphasized not to hire Korean girls. Because okay, not all girls are like this. I'm not like generalizing, but she has dealt with mostly women who get upset easily, and to her it was too stressful for being in the CEO management position. Seeing these girls talk behind other people's back and seeing them like complain about minor things. So one of interesting part about Korean culture is that you get a water jar. There's a water fountain, not like the US water fountain. You have to put this big container of water onto it. But this is where I say there is still somewhat of a gender inequality in men, at least in Korea, is that those things girls don't do it because it's heavy. It's heavy. Oh no, you can write a link. It's just you have to be subbed. But isn't that kind of sad? It's kind of dissing females, saying that we can't carry heavy stuff, but these girls are also not willing to carry, like, lift the heavy stuff. So, which is kind of unfortunate. And so she goes on and on about how guys are actually willing to, I mean, like, at least in her company, guys were willing to stay overnight to work, finish their project, while girls were wanting to, leave early. And it's such a bad representation right now on the internet. Where, did you guys see a TikTok girl? I know I keep mentioning a TikTok girl, but it was on the news and it was kind of hilarious, where she was crying that her work ended at 5 p.m. where she doesn't have any life because of her work ending at 5 p.m. It was like a 9 to 5 job. And I was just laughing at her. I'm crossing my finger it was just a joke and that she's not being serious at all. But it was just kind of like, she was like bawling, being like, I have no time to date, I have no time to do my other activities, blah 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 and blah blah blah. So it's kind of like, okay, very interesting. Let's read this one, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom because I've been like drinking water a lot, and I might start to wrap up because I'm about to lose my voice, and I wanna not lose my voice. Did see that it's understood she was kind of upset on how at the prospect of how life is. But there was a meme. Koreans got to see their post, and Koreans said they were thankful that it was ending at 5 p.m., which was funny. They were like, "Yeah, 5 p.m." Anyways, I'll be back. One reason why I want to do a full-time streaming job is extended. I just probably won't record my complaints. Hey, look at me. Hey, Fuffy, don't say that. I do that often when I was working. Hey, are you dissing me, Fuffy? Of course, I wasn't crying about ending at 5 p.m. and my problems were semi-legit, but... No, you upload your complaints on the internet right now. I'm upset that you said that. That's funny. Okay, thank you. Put it on YouTube and TikTok. Wait, you have to put it on TikTok while you're crying with nails polish on. Are those VODs? 그러게. I could re-upload them if anyone's interested in seeing my old Jinri's life. It's understandable she was upset. Have to practice crying? Yeah, gotta work on that, Fufi. Scoff at any complaint a rich person has. Oh, yeah. I mean, here, this is why I kind of said, this is where I become a effing boomer and say, okay, well, back in our days, you know, like, it's kind of funny. There's a lot of memes about how the recent society is complaining about minor details that elders didn't see it at. Because I also saw an Instagram post where this guy was like, 70s and 80s, guys ended work at like, what, 6 or 7? Comes home, but still like, yes, we're home, you know, like having that. And then like, early 2000s, they get back home at like, what, 5 p.m? 5, and he's like kind of exhausted, but wearing like a... So... At 6 or 7 p.m., like the 90s and 70s and 90s, or 70s and 80s, he's wearing like a suit, right? Because at the time, you're supposed to wear a suit. The early 20s, you know, he ended his work, at least wearing not a suit, not full-on suit, but he was wearing like a men-to-men, you know, like, what are those things? Like things without the hoodies, you know, like a long shirt, at least somewhat sweatshirt. Thank you. He was wearing a sweatshirt, and then you see the recent day kids wearing a hoodie, ending work at 1 p.m. inside their house because they're working remote, sighing about how he has to work. And that actually cracked me up, guys, right? Because it's like, it's funny. So some part of me, I'm like, I shouldn't be complaining, guys. I shouldn't be complaining that I'm working from home. But yeah, sometimes I think I do complain a lot in terms of working from home. So yeah, I felt bad. Because half of my time I'm always like, oh my god, guys, I can't stream, I'm sick. But then if you think about the reality, like, would you be not go to work when you're sick, when you're not sick? Whatever, vice versa. So anyways, let's read the article. Oh, it got smaller. Why'd you get smaller? So this is a cat fight over handbags and tears in the toilet. When this producer launched a women-only TV company, she thought she'd kiss goodbye to conflict. This is gonna be already funny. I can feel the funniness. I can smell it. So over the one corner, Al is strong-minded 27-year-old who always says what she thought, regardless how much it might hurt someone. Other corner was Sarah, 30-some high flyer who would stand up for herself momentarily, then burst into tears and run for the ladies. Holy cow, I can already find this hilarious. Um, their shimmering fight lasted hours, egged on by spectators taking sides and fueling the anger. Sometimes other girls would join in, either heckling aggressively or huddling defensively in the toilets. The venomous women were supposedly the talented employees I had headhunted to achieve my utopian dream, a female-only company with happy, harmonious workers benefiting from an absence of men. Her business was ruined by destructive jealousy and infights of an all-female staff. Is this a bad sight? Honestly, I love working with guys too. Yeah, they're hilarious. Guys are funny because they don't really care. Especially because I had a boyfriend. No one like had it. The only problem working as a girl in a guy's company. Oh, they have for not being fully really? Is none of them really hit on me. And which is sad. Man, I have no popularity, man. And this is kind of boring because there was definitely no drama. I mean, I did have drama in my last internship, but do you want that? Not really. And all the cute looking guys at the company had girlfriends already, so that's true. I think this guy was a little bit too nice, but like I didn't really care. Like he was very caring and saying hi to me every day and like asking if I needed any help and doing the manners. But I was like, yeah, I can use that. Anyways, when I read the other day that Sienna Miller, okay, so sorry, it was an idealistic vision swiftly shattered by the nightmare reality. Constant bitchiness, surging hormones, unchecked emotion, attention-seeking, and fashion rivalry so fierce it tore my staff apart. Well, let's see if someone can find the better version. If this better version of this, feel free. When I read the other day, such thing as sisterhood, I knew what she meant. I can understand why people want to believe that women looked out for each other, because with men in power at work and politics, it makes sense for us to stick together. 그치? In fact, there was a time when I believed in the sisterhood, but that was before women at war led to my emotional and financial ruin. 5 years ago, I worked at a TV, It made sound like it, but if I'd been a male, working in TV is notoriously difficult for women. I heard this even in Korea too. There is a powerful old boys network, robust glass ceiling, and the majority of bosses are misogynistic male. Gradually, what had started out as a daydream turned into exciting concept. So that she created an all-female production company with smart, intelligent, career-oriented women. Wow. I should have learned the lessons of my past. At my mixed secondary school, I was bullied by a gang of nasty name-calling girls, so I knew only too well how nasty groups of women could become. Working in TVs, I met a lot of super competitive door slammers who'd do anything to get into the top. But I told myself that with the right women, work would be wonderful. So left the job, and then got paid, and said, what could go wrong? Wow, this is effing long. Oh, no. It is still effing long. 아니구나, there's still... So hired a team of 7. set up an office in Richmond. They interviewed with high salaries. I thought at the time they are professionals, and I knew most of them were talented and conscious because I'd worked with them before. Conscientious. But within a week, two cliques had developed. Those who had worked together before versus those who were producing new ideas. 그치. Because you need the cliques. Girls need the cliques, guys. I worked in a one guy, all girl company too. There were cliques. I don't know why they make cliques. That's such a biatch move. I fought with the cliques. They were being such a biatch. Most days would bring a pointed moment when some people were invited out for lunch. Oh, and some weren't. Nothing explicit was ever said. The cutting rejection was obvious though. Even when they went to the pub, strict division remained, made clear according to who sat where around the table and who would be the civil or not to whom. Hideous, stereotypical, and shallow as it sounded, clothes were a huge source of catty comments. Still remarks about people looking overdressed to the merit of their fake tan application. I always felt sorry for those who naively showed up a new purchase in the office because everyone would cool appreciatively to their face, then harshly criticize as soon as they were out of the ears. Were they Korean girls? But fashion industry or this TV type of deal has a lot of drama. There's so many drama queens. So my dispute Sarah, the general manager, first showed how much style mattered when she advertised for an office assistant and refused to hire the best qualified girl because she could not distinguish Miss Sony from Marc Jacobs. Uh-oh. I would not be hired here. This girl would have been making tea and running errands, but I did not challenge the decision not to hire her because I had a policy of picking my battles carefully. The office was like a Milan catwalk, but with a competitiveness of a Miss World contest and the low cunning of a mud wrestling bout. A fashion spat ended one friendship when Sarah and our young development researcher received the same surprise Christmas gift. A Chloe Paddington bag worth $900. What? Just for a bag? When they clocked the matching bag in the office, it was like pistols at dawn. They forced a few compliments, but relations never recovered to the expense of my company. Another time when two members of staff bought the same jeans, one proclaimed, "They look better on me because I'm a size 8 and she's a 10. Oh! Okay, so maybe... Oh, it's so UK. So disgusting. It didn't take long for the office to become divided between the girls who wore makeup and those who didn't. Comments from the former were typically, "Doesn't she know what spot cover up is? Has she ever met a hairbrush?" Dude, this is what Koreans do though. 미쳤네. While the no makeup clown were equally bidding, with comments behind their backs naturally, such as, "People on the morning bus must think she's a prostitute." What the heck? No way. This is no way. Okay, normally the no makeup crew don't really care. The obsession with appearance meant nearly all the staff were on diets. If I bought a tuna mayo baguette for lunch, I would overhear staffs commenting that I was a pig. I'm a size 12. Two of the skinny girls often sniddily said about the largest girl, "I'd kill my..." 미친 거 아니야? One of the assistants got her own back got her own back on the food police for several weeks by pretending to buy them fat-free lattes, which were really full fat. Employees considered it acceptable to take time off for beauty treatments and not out of their holiday allowance. One girl regularly came in late because she was getting her hair colored, and when I mentioned that, she blew up in outrage. Oh, when I mentioned this, she blew up in outrage. But at least she had to read. Most just turned up late regardless and huff. That's the time my train gets in, if I pointed at the clock. I can see I should have been more strict. My idealism was my downfall because I tried to see the best in people. I was convinced they would behave as they were treated, so I treated everyone kindly. So if I had to be more, I would have been more successful. I was often out trying to win contracts, but back at the office, work was an afterthought. Came second to conversations about shopping, boyfriends, and diet. Spiteful comments from my two development research who were sharpening their acrylic nails against another staff member. What? So 6 months, tensions spilled over when one of the researchers took Natasha's laptop and refused to return it. That day, I was forced to cancel my meetings, return to the office to patch up relations. With the person with a headache. Gave them annoying tasks for months until they quit voluntarily. Does that work? That's what I mean. This question has a risk of making things up. Right? This should be sniddly. Thank you. This should be all made up, right? But did you know if you have a group of girls, this happens often. Where are we? So Sarah, my general office, was present. She refused to get involved because she didn't want to be the bad cop. I will never hire more than one woman at a time. 그치? Even back in my work, it used to be the same. Like, this girl was always nice to me, or nice to other girls. Like, oh my god, your drawing looks so well, blah blah blah. And then be in the bed, be like, oh my god, does she ever wear makeup? She looks so up. Oh my gosh, she does this, and she plays like games at work. Never does work, or does the bare minimum. Snidely. Huh? Where's snidely? Did I miss a? Okay. My company's sure that at least. Huh? Ah, snidely. Thank you. 어디냐? She was scared at the prospect of being bitched out. 그치, no one, if you're with girls, no one wants to get involved because they know you're gonna be the next target of being a bully. Of getting bullied, sorry. So staff were unable to keep their defined roles. Argument became daily occurrence. It would start with, is this snide? Snide comments between two people, then other joined in. Wow, emotion, shouting, screaming, swearing. I can see some of them might be exaggeration, like what Natu is saying, but I can see how it would have turned out. What's... Oh, it's written by this person, Samantha Briggs. Samantha Brick. My company made sure that each of our market team has at least 3 to 4 women on each of our market teams. That is not a good idea. 와, 진짜 대박이다. 아, 그러니까 working with girls is bad. The only person that I enjoyed working with is the my old editor. She actually was in the same company that I work with. And she was fine. She was easy to talk with. So we're still talking to each other still to this day. But I think if you want to work with a group of girls, you just have to understand the group of girls is like way of talking. And I think for guys it's default hard. It's not too hard for you? Oh. It's hard for me. I can't work with girls. Maybe I haven't met the right group of girls, but the only girls that I could work with was in college when I worked with a bunch of like Chinese girls. Because they needed to get an A, so they worked hard. But other than that, it was really hard for me. And like group projects were okay in college, but if it came down to like other stuff, then it was like holy cow. I cannot do that. That's too hard. It's too impossible. I mean, it's not bad working with girls, guys. There's definitely positive traits, but yeah, I think there are groups. Like, you guys are working with me. I'm fine. I'm a girl. I do have the trait of a girl, guys. Don't worry. I do have a trait of a girl, but did you know that they always say, if you say like yeah. Yeah, honestly, if you have a group of girls, I don't think there's ever no drama. Even if it's not drama within the girls, it's also there's always dramas with the guys. Like, not love drama, but like this guy did this to me and goes on and on, so. I would say I'm also envious of those who work well with girls because I cannot work well with them. It's actually a talent. And not all girls are like this too, though. I shouldn't generalize. Generalizing is bad. Anyways. Let's call it a day. My voice is dead because of you guys. So I blame you guys for killing my voice. All the women engineers that I work with. Yeah. Don't worry. Yeah. Tell me about it. Like, I'm also an engineer too, and I've had other female workers that works hard, but there are those. I think it also depends on the industry. I blame you guys for messing up my voice, but I think it's hard. It's definitely a hard deal. But anyways. But if we had to kind of wrap up today's content topic of like feminism, instead of, you know, either supporting or hating, I feel like everyone needs to figure out what they're supporting of. I think it's a great time for people to study. It really got me thinking too. Because I feel like if I'm going to give an opinion based on something, I feel like everyone should know at least what it is instead of just kind of trusting the media. Because these days, guys, media is also so fake. From like, you know, we just saw the other one. It kind of did seem extreme. Like some of them like saying I hate you and we can't be in the same room together. Dude, it's not elementary. Like, I highly doubt that's what they said. But I could sense that there were definitely some type of maybe arguments going on, or the cliques, those type of situation like happens a lot, so that's understandable. But yes, there are medias out there that writes information about things that they don't fully have the background with. So it's always nice to double check. The clicks are the problems, guys. If there's no click, then they're nice. What? How's your coworker? That's so sad. How can you say that? Wait, you cute. My event is going to end soon. I feel like, especially in like the teaching industry, it's hard. Oh, there is schedule this week. Yes. Oh, thank you. That's what we were gonna do today, but I got really rounded up with things. Today's schedule, this week's schedule. That's a great point. I think we're gonna do the my coding videos. You came from my coding videos? I don't do coding anymore. Though, man, I'm sorry. We just talk. I stopped doing coding, but we'll get back to coding. I think this week, the whole week, we're gonna be working in-house because my voice is gone. Like, I'm not feeling good. Trust me, my feet are still killing me. I'm not lying. Please trust me. I'm dying. I'm an alpha MZ. I'm an alpha MZ, guys. I complain about minor issues and my feet hurt. So today so this week maybe I might go outside on a Thursday or Friday, but other than that I think we're gonna stay home, do like maybe 30 minutes of talking and then kind of work on the idea that we were thinking of, because I think it might be a great opportunity to start it, since it would actually be a great streaming content too. You guys would enjoy it. It would be me streaming in the really early morning, so you guys would actually be catching me early, and I might be able to time it in the EU stream too. So I'll be working on that idea, hopefully. So that's my schedule. I'll try to start early. Today I started early, guys, right? I started at oh wait, actually tomorrow I have a photo shoot, but I might cancel that. I'm not up for a photo shoot because my legs are really busted and I don't have the energy. I might move that. Yeah, I might move that and then do it a different day and then just do PC stream all this week. I might spend the time to play a little bit of the GTA 4, but I think for now I won't be doing that much. So that's my schedule. And so then I won't be talking as much as I did like today. So tomorrow I'll be just chilling and programming. But I might end up talking about my Sundays thing, which is pretty funny. So I'll end for today. But thanks for watching, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope it didn't upset anyone from my opinions. If it did, I'm sorry. Whatever you have in terms of your opinion also matters. So great job for listening to me. Thanks for studying with me again. We'll try to keep a very interesting topic to study about once a day or once a week, so that you guys become smarter. My goal is to make you guys so smart that girls want to talk to you. So let's work on that, because it seems that some of the girls don't want to talk to you. Oh, girls' ear? Okay, well, maybe some of the girls are kind of disgusting. Girls already talk to you? Okay, let me just clarify. Sorry, Loco. Girls that you want to date talk to you. It seems that you guys have hard time talking to girls who you want to date. Because if you guys did have that ability, you guys would be married or dating. Busy dating on a Sunday night. Right? Right? Did I diss you guys? I have to make my viewers rich, not smart. That's true, Sebastian. Damn it, I should give them business ideas for them to tackle, right? Oh, you're so smart. Sebastian, give me money. Make us money. How can you get IU to talk to Loco? That's impossible. I'm sorry. I think that was like, what, 22% chances? Hey, we need to go outside for that. You could date online, though. Online dating works. Sometimes. For some people. Not always. But that could work. Guys, I'm supposed to be cleaning my house. I'm so lazy. 어떡하냐? Oh. So there is a chance. There is always a possibility. Can IU wait, unless there's an IU dating VR. That would work, right? Thank you guys for all the donation and everything. I might take a Thursday off and then try to stream during the weekend. I might not. I'm not sure. I'm a little lazy, but you'd play that game. I'll make sure that IU does it. But I know this week I wanted to work on the idea fully, like, and surely, so that we get that business starting. IU online must be a perfect game. You guys don't want to do Jinri online? You guys can talk to me if you pay $5. I don't talk to unsub people. Yeah, well, I'm already saying bye to you anyway, so anyways, thanks for watching and see you guys tomorrow at this time. We'll start our business idea. I don't even know why we got into this idea, so if you guys don't like my business stream, blame it on Travel Everywhere. He's the one who brought up the idea and we're enjoying the idea, so you guys can give him the middle finger if you guys don't like this content. So yeah, he's the one in charge, okay? He's the one. We'll give him a VIP so you guys can swear at him. But thanks for watching and see you guys tomorrow.